Please take your seats. This meeting will begin in 1 minute. Okay, good morning, everyone, and welcome to the Tuesday, February 11th meeting of the Science, Technology, and Energy Committee. We have a full lineup of public hearings scheduled for today. Before we get to that, we will begin our meeting as usual by asking everyone to rise and join Representative McGee as she leads us in the pledge.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
So this morning we'll be hearing three bills, HB 696FN, exempting electricity generators from the utility property tax and including them under the statewide education property tax. We'll also hear HB 708FN, directing the Department of Energy to begin planning for the introduction of an additional overlay area code. And after that, we'll hear HCR 2, declaring the development of advanced nuclear energy technology to be in the best interest of the state of New Hampshire and the United States. We'll take a lunch break and then come back in the afternoon for two bills. HB 710, enabling electric utilities to own, operate, and offer advanced nuclear resources, and HB 764, prohibiting the intentional release of polluting emissions, including cloud seeding, weather modification, excessive electromagnetic radio frequency, and microwave radiation, and making penalties for violation of such prohibition. So, Vice Chair Doug Thomas is in a meeting elsewhere this morning, and so I'm going to turn the gavel over for our first public hearing to Representative Kat McGee.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. All right, we've got several cards here for folks who'd like to speak, and we're starting with the chairman. Welcome, Chairman Michael Vose.
Thank you, Representative McGee, and good morning to the members of the committee. Once again, for the record, Representative Michael Vose, representing the town of Epping, Rockingham District 5. And I'm here this morning to introduce House Bill 696FN, exempting electricity generators from the utility property tax and including them under the statewide education property tax. Now, you'll note that I didn't read "and relative to communications services tax revenues" because that's actually not part of the bill. That is a mistake from the Office of Legislative Services. It's a carryover from the title of a bill that was submitted to the legislature last year. And for some reason, OLS copied the title, even though the bill itself has nothing to do with communications services tax revenues. So just ignore that, and we may try to fix it later. I'm
Will there
not
be an
sure.
amendment? Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so now let's talk about the bill itself. So what does this bill do? In last year, we passed we took a bill, House Bill 458, that was a duplicate of a bill that was passed by the Senate. And rather than ITLing that bill, what we did is we used that bill as a vehicle to extend a commission that has been studying the assessing of power generation for 2 previous years. So we passed that bill and recommissioned that commission, and it met 8 times between September 3rd and October 28th, I think was the last meeting. 16 hours of meetings to produce a report, which was sent to all of you yesterday by our committee researcher, Davis Allen. Thank you, Davis, for doing that. That commission report contains 40 findings and 2 major recommendations. I hope you had a chance to look at the commission's report, because a lot of work went into that report, and it's very comprehensive. And basically, the conclusion that the report came to was that generators of electricity are, in fact, just manufacturers. Instead of manufacturing toothpaste or cars or whatever, they manufacture electricity. They are not utilities. Therefore, they shouldn't be paying the utility property tax. And because they are just manufacturers, like any other manufacturer, they should pay the statewide education property tax like any other business taxpayer would pay. So that's what this bill does. It exempts power generators from paying the utility property tax and requires them instead to pay the swept tax. Pretty simple concept. And as you can see by reading through the bill, it's some pretty complicated language to make that happen. But it's no more complicated than stating that a generation facility, whether it's a hydro dam or a natural gas power generation plant or a nuclear generation plant, is simply a manufacturer of electricity. It is not a utility. So what will the impact of this change have? By the way, the change will take effect January 1st of 2027, so it doesn't take effect immediately. What will be the effect of this change? Well, right now, the utility property tax collects about $12 million, 12 and 3/4 million dollars from the power generators in the state. And that money goes into the education trust fund. So removing the power generators or exempting the power generators from paying that tax will reduce monies going to the education trust fund by about $12.5 million. Now, currently, there is about a $100 million surplus in the education trust fund. And if you read through the fiscal note, and by the way, there is a updated fiscal note for this bill. The one that's attached to the bill has a date on it of 1/6/25. And our committee researcher handed me a new one that has a date on it of revised 1/28/25. And this fiscal note states that education trust fund revenue will decrease by $5.36 million in fiscal year 2028 and by $12.72 million in FY 2029 and each year thereafter. The bill keeps the swept at the statutorily required amount of $363 million, but the inclusion of property employed in the generation of electricity will result in a change to the overall statewide equalized valuation and the swept rate. So basically, it's going to turn out to be a wash, that the money that used to go to the Education Trust Fund from the UPT, from taxing these generators, will be essentially made up by the money that goes into SWEPT as a result. And this bill has an FN attached to it, so it's likely to go to either Ways and Means or Finance. And there may be an adjustment made at that time to the Education Trust Fund to raise the cap from its current $363 million to an amount that might be $12 million higher than that. But I don't know that for certain, and that's for other people to decide. Now, there are going to be several other people speaking on this bill. There is an important provision in the bill that says that if a pilot agreement is a payment in lieu of taxes contract between a business and a town or a municipality. And the bill says that if there is an existing pilot in effect at the time of the passage of this bill, or the time it takes effect, which is January 1st of 2027, then that pilot will remain in effect until the contractual end date of the pilot, or until January 1st of 2031, whichever comes first. That's important to protect existing pilot agreements that, as you will hear from other people, currently exist between, for example, some of the hydro facilities in the state and the municipalities in which they reside. I think that pretty much covers the substance of the bill. I'd be happy to take questions, and I'll also point out that we will hear testimony from several other people about the provisions of the bill, the important provisions of the bill. It's pretty widely supported. There is one organization, however, that may object to the bill, and that is the Municipal Association, because some assessors assert that in order to know what the true value of a power generation manufacturer is, the assessors need access to a lot of proprietary financial data about the operation of the company. Now, we don't require any other manufacturer in the state to provide that kind of information to people who assess their properties. So we don't, the authors of this bill, myself and the prime sponsors, the co-sponsors of this bill, don't feel that it's appropriate to require power generators to reveal proprietary information. And as you will hear in subsequent testimony, there is a ton of information, economic information about these power generators that's already public due to the filings that they must make to the federal government and to state and local governments. So that objection, while it's understandable because the assessors want to be able to put a higher price tag on their assessment values than might otherwise be the case, it's not necessarily fair to treat these power generators differently. I should mention that one of the impetuses behind this legislation is the disparity between Department of Revenue assessments for the utility property tax and municipal assessments. Sometimes they can be dramatic. For example, the Seabrook nuclear power plant, DRA assesses the value of that plant at about $500 million, whereas municipal assessors value it at well over $1 billion. What does that do? That prompts the owners of these power generation facilities to go to court, to litigate. And who pays the cost of the litigation? taxpayers and ratepayers. So by passing this bill, we remove that DRA assessment from the equation because the power generators will no longer be subject to that assessment once they're not paying the utility property tax. That will significantly, we hope, reduce the amount of litigation that happens between municipalities and the owners of these power generation stations. So that's, I think, a good enough introduction to this legislation, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
I have a question. In looking at the language on line 8, I believe it is, once payment of the state education tax under RSA 76:3 is required, it may be included in a payment in lieu of taxes pursuant to a new agreement reached under RSA 72:74, or it may be paid in addition to a payment in lieu of taxes if the underlying agreement has not expired or been reopened and renegotiated. I know you talked about pilot providing those options, but I don't see any language about pilots here. So I was wondering whether the language here could be problematic in that it's may, or it sounds like it's accommodating for different situations, but it also sounds like they could pay or not pay. So I guess maybe I want some clarity around that, if you have it.
Well, I'm going to defer that question to folks who are more directly involved with the whole payment in lieu of taxes situation. It is mentioned on line 9 of the text that you quoted. It says, in a payment in lieu of taxes pursuant to, et cetera. But other folks, I think, would be in a better position to answer that question.
Okay, thank you. Do we have other questions? Representative Harrington?
And thank you for taking my question. Referring to the fiscal note dated 1/28 on page 2, I believe you said that this was a wash in that the money that's not collected under the utility property taxes will be collected under SWEP. But what I read from this note is this bill keeps SWEP at the statutory required amount of $363 million. And it goes on to say it will result in a change in the overall statewide equalized valuation and SWEP rate. They said they can't give us an exact number, but it would be an increase in the property tax base to be equalized would generally increase the statewide equalized value, which is the denominator in the calculator of the statewide SWEP rate, and therefore reduces the statewide SWEP rate. So I read this to say, maybe I'm wrong, that we're going to lose first year 5.36 million and then over 12 million out of the utility property tax. And that money is going to then go into SWEP, but the SWEP is going to be capped at 363 million. So the rate of SWEP will go down. So it's lowering the rate, but it's not adding more money into it. Is that correct?
That is correct. And when the bill goes to a second committee, I expect that the $363 million cap will get raised. Okay. And more money will flow into the Education Trust Fund as a result, making for a wash. However, there are other people who will be testifying later who can maybe shed more light on that. And it is covered in the findings of the commission report that I referred to earlier.
Follow up? Yeah. The other question, I understand what you're saying is that the generators are no longer owned by utilities, so they shouldn't be subject to a utility tax. They're basically electric manufacturing facilities. But we do have some utility-owned generation. Either we have some battery storage and some solar. Would they still be considered under the utility property tax?
I believe they would be because they are, as you point out, utility-owned, so that the property is utility property.
Thank you.
Would it make sense if you pursue an amendment to add that language, that specificity to this about generation that's owned by utilities still remaining under the utility property tax?
If we think it's necessary, certainly.
Representative Thomas? Wendy Thomas.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yesterday we heard, and thank you for presenting this, and I'm sorry I was late and didn't hear the whole thing, but yesterday we heard a bill about off-grid power generators. Do you see this as applying to that group of generators as well?
No, two separate things.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Representative Swanson?
Thank you, Representative McGee, and thank you, Mr. Chair. Relative to the characterization of the net effect of this, I knocked on a lot of doors this past summer, and probably the number one concern was property taxes. And so I gather, being somewhat new to how the utilities are taxed versus, gathering funds for SWEPT and so forth, will the property tax payers, are they currently kind of paying this tax through their utility bill, and this would be shifted to their property tax? Or is there going to be no visible impact to the property owners?
The swept rate will go down somewhat, according to the fiscal note. That would impact individual local property taxpayers' bills.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Representative Harrington?
Thank you for taking my question. Just so I get this straight then, the the generating facility would be no longer classified as utility property. So it would be taxed just like everything else in the municipality, whether it's a manufacturing plant, a house, a shopping center. So it would be taxed at whatever that rate was. Now, if you would mention that, for example, Seabrook was being assessed at $1 billion by the town and $500,000 by the state, or $500 million by the state. So if that were to stay, then the property taxes that Seabrook pays would double, because it seems to me as if, because the town is going to set the assessment, is that correct? Of the value of the property?
Yes, towns set those assessments, yes.
So we could
But
be,
this swept rate, this statewide education property tax rate is set in statute. So it's variable, somewhat variable, but right now it's about $1.20 per thousand.
follow up? So I'm just trying to figure, the town will set the assessment, which in all likelihood, and at least in some cases, is going to be higher than it would be set by the state. So I'm trying to figure out how that's going to affect the generators then. Are they going to pay higher property taxes? And will that, the fact that they're not paying, that they're paying into SWEP, will that be lower enough to balance those two out? I'm just trying to figure how the math works, if anyone's looked at that.
So the way municipalities assess these power generators today is the problem. They currently assess these generation facilities for municipal tax purposes by hiring private assessors. And the values that they typically come up with are much higher than the values that the DRA comes up with for utility property tax assessments. That leads to lawsuits. And one of the ways we believe that we can get rid of those lawsuits, or at least reduce them, is to remove that tension between these two differing assessments. And one way to do that is to exempt these facilities from being assessed by DRA in order to pay the utility property tax. Now, the SWEP tax, as I said, has a rate, and it's set. It varies a little bit depending on total valuation, but it's set, and it doesn't vary that much, and it doesn't depend on the assessment.
Representative Kaplan?
Thank you, Representative McGee, and thank you, Chairman Bose. You mentioned that you have some assurance from the fiscal committee that that swept cap would be raised, but can you elaborate a little bit more on that assurance? Because it seems to me that that is really the crucial element in this, given the constraints on our public educational system and the lack of willingness to sort of fund it to its adequate amount. So what kind of assurance can you give us on this committee that that swept rate indeed will be, levelized or raised to an adequate amount?
I can give you no assurance. All I can do is say that they will look at that question and decide what to do. They could raise the cap, or they could say that the existing $100 million surplus in the Education Trust Fund will be adequate to cover any UPT shortfall in the Education Trust Fund. I can't give you assurances one way or the other what they will do.
I'd like to move us along. Do you have another question? I know the chairman has me in this seat because he has to be somewhere, so I just thought there were other people that could
I'll
maybe
defer.
answer the question. Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for introducing this bill, and I think we're going to move on. We have quite a few pink cards, and we were supposed to start the second hearing right now, so the next speaker is Pat Abrami, who's been working on this for a really long time, and hopefully he can answer some questions for us as well. Nice to see you again, Mr. Abrami.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good being here. Yes, Pat Abrami, former state rep Pat Abrami. I've served 12 years here in the House and all of that time on the Ways and Means Committee. I'm going to give you a bit of a history of how we got here. This has to do with assessing of utility properties, or regulated properties, I should say. Back in 2016 and 17, the first to come to bat was telecom. The telecom industry felt that their assessments done by the municipal assessors for local property taxes were way off, and we agreed with them that they would assess one telephone pole in one community, same height, same girth, at $200. Another community would take the same pole and assess it at $2,000. So in that case, we didn't have a commission, but it came to a subcommittee that I chaired. And we came up with a simple, straightforward formula that was foolproof, that couldn't be tampered with, that gave guidance to the local municipalities, assessors, how to assess those assets. Seeing that, the utility distribution companies, meaning electric, water, and gas, approached us to say, hey, we have the same problem. So I said, okay, the best way to handling this is let's form a commission on this one, and which we did. And again, the major issue is something that I think Representative Voss also talked about, was this disparity in the way the municipalities were assessing these properties. And that commission did get formed, and we had representatives from all the different constituencies on that commission, which were similar to the ones that we had on the one dealing with this issue. And I'll talk about that in a minute. So this was around 2018, and we formed that commission. And the first thing I said to everybody in the room, and again, all constituencies were there, municipalities, assessing groups, the utilities themselves, and the DRA. And the first thing I said, is there anybody in this room who doesn't believe that there's a problem to be solved? And everybody was quiet. There was a problem to be solved. And in the background, we had the Supreme Court of New Hampshire for 40 years saying, legislature, fix this problem, because as Representative Voss said, it was a voluminous number of lawsuits every time assessment was done. So again, we worked at this, and we solved it with two simple formulas, and they were foolproof. We couldn't be manipulated. And it was for electric and gas. It was a valuation of assets of 70% original cost and 30% net book cost. And for water was different because of a lot of issues. I won't get into those details. 25% original cost and 75% net cost. And in 2019, that bill passed, and it's working. So then there I was minding my business, and I was approached by the Power Generation Association of New England. And they said, we have a similar problem. Assessments are way out of control. But the other problem they had, as Representative Vos said, is that when the DRA did it for the statewide property tax, the DRA assessments were half of what the municipality assessors were assessing at. So again, I said, okay, the best way to do this, let's form a commission again. And again, it had the power generating community there, had the assessing community, it had the municipalities and the DRA were all in the room together. And again, goes back 3 years. We had a commission. The problem we had with this time was that for utilities, those assets were homogeneous across towns. There wasn't too much variability in terms of how many, this time, by the way, when you talk utilities, you're talking about electric poles versus telephone poles. Understand that sometimes they're owned by both, and sometimes one owns it and one owns it, and they just share the poles. But so the commission met. The problem was that we had heterogeneous properties or generators. We had the range from the huge nuclear power plant at Seabrook to the smallest dam up north. And there were 59, by the way, there's about 59 power generators of a variety of sizes. So we ran out of time. We re-upped the commission a second time, but that came out of legislative service so late that we only had about 5 meetings worth. And at the end of that meeting, we still hadn't come up with a solution because of the differing sizes of these plants, and it's very hard to come up with a simple formula. The idea was surfaced that why don't we just say that, they said, we're not utilities anymore. After that, the law changed. When power generators aren't utilities, they are not regulated. They are not regulated utilities anymore. It's just, we should be treated, as Representative Vos said, like any other business. So we took that up again. And those first 2 commissions I chaired, third commission came last year, and our starting point was that discussion. And I was at the time chairing another commission, and we decided Representative Vos take a whack at this, and he chaired this one. So we couldn't come up with the standard. So we had all the right people in the room, and we went around, and if you look at the report, you can see all the different things that we had discussed. And we did come to a conclusion that yes, maybe the solution is that they aren't really utilities anymore, and that we should pull them out. So that would solve the problem of the assessing and all the court cases and all of that. And then Representative Vos did mention that the SWEP tax was involved in this and all of that. And it talked about the pilots as well. So we came to a consensus in this commission, and there was really 2 things that were firm recommendations. One, that utilities should not be, power generators should not be taxed under the utility property tax, and that the pilot should be honored. There were other recommendations that were not as firm, that it was up to the legislature if they wanted to take those up. So I think the question for this committee is the policy. I know there were a lot of questions about the math and about the money. My understanding is that this is a 2-committee bill. It'll probably be going to Ways and Means to be addressing that. I think the big question in front of you is, are the power generators utilities or not? So I'll leave it at that. I know there are plenty of others who want to speak on this, including people from power generation, and we have the DRA here, and I would suggest that you hold the questions on some of the math to the DRA who help with the math.
Thank you, Honorable Patrick Abrami, for being here and testifying
Thank you.
on this bill. Questions for Mr. Abrami? Representative Wendy Thomas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This question goes out to you because you're a former representative. We heard from the prime sponsor that the swept rate would go down and it would impact local property taxes. How, as a former representative, can you help me justify this to any constituents who are already suffering from astronomical property taxes?
Again, I would suggest the person who did all the math is sitting behind us here. And if the DRA, you should ask him to come up and discuss that.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, further questions for Mr. Abrami? Seeing none, we'll move along.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
And I'll ask next for the Department of Energy to give us their perspective on this legislation and call up Megan Stone. Good morning, Ms. Stone. Good to see you again.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. The department is neutral on this bill as electric generators are not regulated by the department. We have no problem with the language. That's all I have.
Okay,
Thank you.
short and sweet. We like it. No questions for Ms. Stone. Next, we'll call up Ms. Molly Connors of the New England Power Generators Association. Ms. Connors was a member of the commission and contributed invaluable input to the commission's work and report.
Thank you. Good morning. It's nice to see you all again, less than 18 hours later. For the record, I'm Molly Connors. I'm with the New England Power Generators Association. We do represent the non-utility owned power generating facilities in the region and in New Hampshire. That means they own and operate about 4,300 megawatts of power generating capacity. And in New Hampshire, that means about 1,500 employees throughout the state and countless millions paid in state and local taxes. I will try not to be duplicative in what people have already said, but we do want to emphasize that our members are not economically regulated by the State Public Utility Commission, and we really do view them as manufacturing facilities. They are taking a product and they are converting it into a commodity, in this case, megawatt hours. But right now, they're being charged property taxes as if they have guaranteed cost recovery, just like their utilities. So this has turned into a costly, inefficient, unfair situation that does contribute to increased litigation costs for host communities, for the power generators, and for the state of New Hampshire itself. And so I just want to share a little bit about how we got to this place historically up until the late 90s, and in New Hampshire, the late 90s and the mid 2000s, New Hampshire's utilities did own the power plants. State law, state policy has changed that so that now they're out from under the utilities. But utilities can take their property tax and pass that cost directly onto ratepayers and be guaranteed that they're going to get that cost recovery. My members, the power generators, do not have that financial option. Instead, they are competing against one another and against power plants across the region in order to sell their megawatts into a market. And that's how they recover their property costs and their property tax costs. And so what's resulted in this, in addition to everything that's already been touched on, is that the power plants are paying two different property taxes. And because of that, they're undergoing two distinct assessments. They go through an assessment at the municipal level, and they go through an assessment at the state level done by the Department of Revenue Administration. This is in contrast to every other commercial entity in the state, which only undergoes one point of assessment. And that means that the power generators, when they go through their assessments, if they have to challenge one, they go through two separate processes. They have to go through, if they want to challenge the state assessment, they need to go through one process for that, which means two sets of abatements, two sets of appeals. And if they need to challenge the assessment at the local level, they have to go through a separate process for that. And so they're going through two sets of appeals, two sets of abatements. There is no other commercial entity in the state that undergoes this. And New Hampshire is the only state in the country that subjects the power plants to two separate assessments and all of the administrative burdens that come with that. And this is all because it is a remnant of taxation because utilities used to own the power plants and utilities could just recover the cost directly. Really, tax policy just needs to be caught up a little bit with the energy policy. And so the solution in front of you with 696 is really a consensus-based one, and it's been years in the making. As Representative Abrami and Representative Vose already said, there was a commission established 3 years in a row that met. And at the conclusion of the third year, after hours of testimony, and the commission recommended that generators should no longer pay the utility property tax and instead pay the statewide education property tax. That is the tax that every other commercial entity in the state is paying, as well as every other residential property owner. Doing so would put generators in the appropriate category of every other commercial enterprise. It takes the Department of Revenue out of the business entirely of assessing power plants, and it would keep control of assessing in the hands of local municipalities. And I think as mentioned in the report that Chairman Vose already shared with you and mentioned in my testimony, power generators are required to comply with extensive regulations and extensive reporting requirements. And so in the testimony that I passed out earlier, there is an addendum at the back. This is information that is also in the report that the Property Tax Commission went through. But at the very back of my my written testimony, you can see the different types of information regarding pricing, operations, in the wholesale markets. There is extensive information that's available to the public that generators are ultimately responsible for providing that should be able to give you a sense of how a given power plant is doing. And so unlike other commercial enterprises, power generators are actually providing tremendous amounts of information to the public regarding their business operations. That actually sets them apart from many other commercial entities. And so ultimately our bottom line is this bill is a narrow consensus, common sense series of recommendations, and we encourage you to adopt this because to us this is just a common sense compromise solution. And I do want to be responsive to a few of the questions that came up earlier. Regarding Representative McGee's question on the definitions of who, you asked, will utility-owned power generating facilities be able to be exempted from this tax? Do we need an amendment? The definition that we chose in the bill, or that we recommended, it is written in such a way that utility-owned generation would not be exempted. If a utility owns generation, and this is roughly line 22 and 23 of the bill, second page. The definitions there that we cite do not include utilities. And so we can look, we're obviously open to amendment, but I don't think an amendment is anticipated because we didn't want to include the utility-owned generators because they can include that property tax rate directly in rates. And frankly, there aren't that many power plants in the state that are directly owned by utilities. I can think of a solar array owned by one, but really the vast majority of the plants are living and dying in the wholesale markets. And I want to also emphasize, there were some very understandable and valid questions regarding impacts to local property taxes. And one thing that we were very mindful to do, it was one of the committee recommendations, was not have this change in law take effect until after the state budget that is currently under consideration is passed. We didn't want this to be caught up, and we want whatever is applying to every other business is what we want to apply to our power plants. And so we knew that, this could impact the budget in some way. So we purposely said the effective date should be after this biennium. And as you consider this, I know that you're the jurisdictional committee regarding energy, but what you can think of it is it's like a large business is coming into your town, and what does that mean for your local property base? Right now, everyone who pays the towns that do SWEPT, all of them, power plants are not included in the SWEPT right now. They're only included in the utility property tax. So right now, when a town, when their overall valuation is done, the value of a power plant is not included in that. This change would mean that the power plants are like any other business in your community. They're part of the overall valuation when it comes to the property taxes. So I hope that's responsive, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Questions for Ms. O'Connor? Representative Bernardi.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So in your testimony on the second page towards the bottom, you make a comment that no business in New Hampshire is required to provide sensitive commercial information to municipalities for the purpose of property tax assessment, and that the commission went on and had an extensive discussion about practices in Massachusetts and Maine, and whether New Hampshire should be changing its property tax laws. Can you elaborate on what all that extensive discussion was?
I'm happy to. There is the desire, I think, an understandable one, when an entity is trying to come up with a fair market value of a property. Because what does an assessor do when they're assessing your property? What is the fair market value? I think there is the desire for more and more and more information, because the more information you have about a given property, presumably the more accurate your information might be. But there, right now in New Hampshire law, are limits to what the government can ask a private entity, what's appropriate and not appropriate. And so the commission discussed how you balance the desire of a local government to have access to information for the purpose of taxation versus the right of a private entity in a very competitive market business that have razor thin margins and high stakes, that they don't want their information being shared with local government that's subject to 91A. And we know the municipalities are often understaffed, and so they have a lot of responsibilities. We're very protective of that information, and we're very protective of that maybe being shared. And so it's very sensitive information. And so on the one hand, the representative state government wanted access to information that's proprietary. And on the other hand, the business entities that are being taxed believe that it is inherent to their ability to compete to keep that information private.
Follow up?
Was there something unique about Maine and Massachusetts, distinct from New Hampshire, that caused a controversy here?
Well, the expertise, and I can speak to power plants more, but there was a lot of expertise and a variety of different points of view on that commission. And so some of the assessors in New Hampshire also do assessments in other states. And so they say, well, we in Maine have access to this information. And in Massachusetts, every taxpayer has to give over this information. New Hampshire should follow suit to Maine and New Hampshire. To Maine and Massachusetts. We have access to this information in other states. But as was also pointed out, in those other states, every single property taxpayer has to share that information, not just power plants. And so we held that that's a much larger conversation than what that commission was asked to look at. Whether or not you're going to subject every business in this state to certain sorts of information requirements is a very much larger conversation.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Representative Harrington has a question.
Thank you. Thank you for taking my question. I want to make sure I have this right. So let me just walk through what I think I'm hearing on this. So we're starting out with the utility property tax for generators of electricity is going to go away. So they will not be paying 5.36 million into the education trust fund the first year, and then almost 13 million subsequent years following that. So the cap on SWEP, though, would stay in effect. So they'd be paying the SWEP rate, and since they're adding more value to the total property, the SWEP rate would go down. So the generators would pay a SWEP rate instead of the utility property tax, but they'd still pay the same local property tax. So is this new SWEP rate going to be lower for the utility generators, or is it going to be higher than under the utility property tax?
So let me, to be responsive, first off, I think you caught yourself at the end. The utility property tax is not going away.
Right.
It's still going to apply to Eversource and Liberty and every other utility. It's just the generators of that in that will no longer be applied. I think to answer your question, I think you would have to do that holding everything equal annoying statement, because we know that property valuations change every year and that state law could change. And so if state law doesn't change, then yes, we anticipate that local property rates would go down because for the host communities would probably go down because the overall value of the property in the community is going up, and so everyone's share of what they need to pay is going down. So theoretically, holding everything equal, assuming there's no other changes in law, yeah, we anticipate that the rate would go down.
Okay, follow up.
Follow up.
But I don't want to overpromise.
I'm just still trying to get this swept. You're saying two different things there. It seems like two separate issues. One, the swept rate would probably go down because you're adding more money to it. And therefore, every taxpayer in the town would save by having a lower swept rate, whether they had anything to do with power plants or not. But you also said that the overall property tax would go up. So you expect the assessments to go up when this happens, and why would that be?
This is how I understand it. Right now, when the generators are paying the UPT and the local taxes,
Right.
your utility property tax proceeds go into the education trust fund. The overall value of that in a given year is $1 billion+. Separately, property taxes are being paid locally. Every other business is paying the statewide education property tax. And that is administered differently. There's a cap in statute that's been there for many years, $363 million. And so there are, and Adam's non-core, sorry to call you out, Adam, but DRA is also here, so they might do a better job at explaining this. But the power plants, the statewide education property tax is set in statute, and DRA handles the valuations and all of the calculations that get handed down in terms of what the rate should be for every community. And so when DRA does these calculations, the power plants will be part of those calculations, whereas right now they're not part of the calculations at all.
We do have a pink card here from DRA, so they will be testifying. Representative Wendy Thomas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for being here. The answer to this question may be in your testimony, but I have finally reached the age where I can't read these tiny, tiny graphs.
Sorry.
Can you tell me what is the bottom line monetarily that we're talking about? The difference between what they're paying now and what they would pay after this bill is passed, if this bill is passed?
The bottom line is the generators will be taxed like every other commercial entity in the state, and that the bottom line for their taxes will depend on what they're assessed at and then what the tax rate will be. And so we've known, here's the challenge, there's such a wide range in the values that are assessed to the power plants that it can be very hard to predict. And also state law could change. We know that that's always an issue that's hovering over this legislature is the issues of school funding. However, we know that the local assessments are likely to be significantly higher than what the state assessments have been. However, we also know that the rate for SWEPT is lower than the rate for the UPT. I have to say, though, I think that it is not a number that we could say exactly. What we do know, and what has been a priority for us, is that half of the administrative burden will go away. And half of the risk of lawsuits will go away, because it is, especially if you are a power plant that owns multiple properties. Consider some of our native hydros; they are in multiple communities. Sometimes they cross different states. They have to comply with information requests from every single town that they're in. Plus, they have to do all of the burden for the Department of Revenue Administration. Then they have to deal with whether or not those are fair, the assessments are fair. And so we know at the very least the administrative burden will be lessened. The tax bill is another question.
Thank you.
Further questions, Representative McGee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Ms. Connors, for being here and enlightening us as you always do. My question, I think, to follow on Representative Wendy Thomas's question, I think what I'm trying to understand is I agree that it is fair for you not to be paying the utility property tax. What I would like to know is whether you can tell me the amount of utility property tax that will no longer be going into the coffers for the Education Trust Fund.
So I will refer, for the most current year, I would refer to the fiscal note. For the year that I prepared when we were doing the commission, because I also served on that commission for 3 years. I was a member officially for one, but I attended every single commission meeting. So we got to know this issue quite well. In the past, give or take, the overall value of the Education Trust Fund is $1 billion. Sometimes a little more, sometimes a little less, but it's been consistent in that regard. Within that, you have, the business enterprise tax, the business profits tax, all, the cigarettes, the alcohol, all of that goes into the Education Trust Fund. Within that 1 billion dollars with all of those different sources of revenue, the utility property tax was, again, give or take, $40 million. And of that, the generator portion is somewhere around $10 million. So the overall impact to the Education Trust Fund would be less than 1%.
Thank you. That's really helpful. Yeah.
Further questions? Seeing none, want to thank you, Ms. Connors. Very good testimony. And ask now the DRA and Adam Denoncourt to come speak with us, because we know that Adam's going to help us clear up some of these questions about the numbers and the math. Thank you for being here, Adam. Adam was also a member of the commission.
I was. My name is Adam Denoncourt. I'm the Assistant Director of the Municipal and Property Division at the Department of Revenue Administration. We don't have a position on this legislation, but I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Questions for Mr. Denoncourt? Representative McGee.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for being here. Obviously, the policy pieces of the bill in terms of whether or not these generators should continue paying as though they are the regulated utilities, I think is clear amongst us all. On the money piece, we also have, as a legislature, the other problem, which is that we've been told we need to have more money for education, and seeing the Education Trust Fund go down it would be of concern. So can I ask you how the department is looking at what's coming in or changes to what's coming in terms of how we're going to be paying the bills that we have in terms of obligations around education? Because I think the Education Trust Fund, if the Education Trust Fund goes down, then property taxpayers are going to pick up an additional piece. Is that correct?
I don't know that that's necessarily true. I think that the complicated part of this is the way that SWEPT interacts with adequacy and UPT, and I can't really dip into the adequacy part of it because I'm not from education. I don't know enough. But in terms of UPT and SWEPT, I think it's been mentioned a couple of times, by expanding the SWEPT tax base in this way, you do ultimately reduce the SWEPT rate, which means that pretty much every other property taxpayer in the state pays a little bit less in tax because there are a few new big property taxpayers on the block. In terms of the way that, the reduction in revenue, I think the fiscal note notes 5.36 million in the first year. That reduction, how that ends up coming out through adequacy, is difficult for me to speak to just because of the mechanism involved, and DRA doesn't really get into that necessarily. But there is certainly a reduction on the UPT side, but there's an increase, or I should say, increase in the tax base on the SWEP side. So does that balance itself out? It's hard to say without knowing the adequacy part of it well enough to speak to it.
Yes, follow up.
Yeah, so the follow-up would be one thing that I know there's a new fiscal note that we've all looked at, but my question would be then around the cap that's currently on the SWEPT portion. Would it be true that that cap would have to be increased in order for us to accommodate the new funding that would be coming in from property tax assessments that would be on these generating facilities?
As I understand, SWEPT revenue is considered ETF revenue. So then we discussed this in as part of the commission, whether or not there needed to be a balance on the other side by increasing the SWEPT cap. I would expect that would have a on paper, at least, a balancing effect.
Additional questions? Representative Harrington.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. I'm just trying to get, again, make sure we got this straight. So we're going to reduce the education trust fund contributions because the generators are no longer classified as utilities, so they don't pay the utility property tax. They are going to be sending that money into the SWEPT, and that will increase the property size base of SWEPT, so it would lower the SWEPT rate, provided that cap stays in place for all property tax payers across the state. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And follow up?
Follow up.
So I think what it comes down to then is that swept rate is going to be applied against the assessed value of the power plant as set by the local authority. Is that correct?
That's right.
Okay, so, okay, one
Go ahead.
assessment only. Thank you.
Yep. Just one single assessment.
Okay, additional questions? Representative McGee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And this is just sort of an afterthought because you guys do assessing around this stuff. And the conversation that came up around the request for additional information potentially from municipalities on generators that is not like any other business or manufacturer. And can you illuminate for us what kind of information that would be? Because I would think a property tax assessment, I know ours, is based on the valuation of the property and not related to the success of the business. So I wanted to just try and understand what it is the additional information would be that would be requested from these folks so that we can be clear, how we're implementing this.
Sure. Depending on the type of property, in this case, let's just say a dam, for example, it's difficult to separate the income producing ability of that property from its ultimate value. So with a residential home, that really doesn't apply at all. Even if you're talking about something that you could possibly list on Airbnb, that doesn't really begin to enter into the discussion about the market value of the property, where with a dam, for example, its sole purpose is to generate electricity and produce money for its owner. So in those cases, it is appropriate to review the capacity of that property to generate income, because that's directly going to be how it's marketed if it were sold. So in that case, you would need some information to assist you as you developed an appraisal on that basis.
And follow up?
Follow up.
Do you agree with Ms. Connors that there is adequate public information currently on the businesses and the generation capabilities of these properties in the public domain?
That's difficult for me to say. We have the advantage of receiving all of the non-public information in order to produce our assessment. But so I can't say that I've reviewed what's available publicly other than just the discussion with the
That's
commission.
fair. Thank you.
Representative Harrington.
Yeah, just for follow up on what was just stated there, you were saying that in case of a dam, it's the value of its product is so important to the price of it if it was to be sold. But how does that differ? Let's just say we have two restaurants in a town, and one seems to be doing very, very busy because there's always cars in the parking lot, and the other one not very busy, but they have the same basic footprint, pretty much the same location. So if someone is assessing the values of those products, would they go in and say, well, this restaurant makes seems like it's making a lot of money. I don't know for a fact because I can't review their books, but I see all those cars in the parking lot. So we're going to assess them higher than the one over here whose parking lot's mostly empty. Is that the way it's done?
It may not be appropriate to use what they would call the income approach to value in the case of a restaurant. We're talking probably about the underlying real estate, what it would be worth to rent that. If it was a case where, one restaurant was positioned on the corner of two busy streets and that caused increased traffic, you can expect that the owner of the property would charge more in rent. But that would have less to do with the quality of the operation of the business than with the value of the underlying real estate.
Follow up?
Follow up.
It would seem to me that same logic would apply then to a generator as well, because if you're not saying how much they make counts, it's location, 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 if you will. And you're talking about the two restaurants, let's just say they were in similar locations. Obviously, if one is right off the exit of an interstate and the other one's on a dirt road 5 miles out in the country, that's going to have a direct value on, a direct impact on their value. But how much they actually sell, the assessor wouldn't be aware of. He has no access to their books, does he?
Not at the moment, no. No, and it's a fair point. I think that ultimately what it comes down to is that structure that the restaurant's operating out of capable of being used for other things. And in the case of a dam or something like that, it's like I said, it's more difficult to separate the operation of that business, considering, you don't want to, no one's going to live in the dam. The only reason why it would ever exist is for the purpose of generating electricity and creating capital.
And one quick follow-up.
Okay,
Okay. You had said that you have access to certain sensitive, non-public information. That's when your agency you're determining the value for the property, for the purpose of the utility property tax. So you have access to information that the local assessor doesn't. And now we're going to go to a situation where the only one setting the assessment is going to be the local assessor without access to this additional information. Do you think that constitutes a problem? And maybe in the case of electric generating facilities, that the DRA should still be setting the value and then giving that to the town and saying, this is what you can charge on because you have privy to so much more information.
So right now we produce we'll actually publicly make our appraisals publicly available. And in cases where a generator is, let's say, placed in one individual municipality, we'll actually report out what our value on that generator is. And municipalities have the opportunity to use our value now. Most elect not to.
Excuse me, I don't want to be a pain in the neck here, Mr. Chairman, but just one quick follow-up. But you're saying under this bill, if it passes, you will no longer be doing that assessment, correct?
Yeah, that's correct. At the current moment, most municipalities choose not to use our assessments. They have the opportunity to right now, and they choose not to.
Representative Kaplan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for coming in. I mean, Representative Harrington's question does lead to the obvious next question, which is, how can we be assured that the risk of litigation will be lowered and that the administrative costs will be lowered for these generators if every municipality is doing it a different way and they're not choosing, as you said, to use your appraisals?
Yeah, that's a good question. Like I said, at this moment, they are actively electing to go that way, to go away from just using our appraisal. Our appraisal's free, and instead they elect to hire an expert to do it. I would say that one thing that is a fact is that in the past, our appraisal has been used directly against the municipal appraisal to spawn an appeal. So in that particular case, we wouldn't have a taxpayer using the two appraisals to create litigation. I think that's one of the things that this bill intends to resolve.
You need a follow-up?
Yeah, I mean, just a
go
quick point. I mean, I'm not sure you can really answer this, but okay, I take your point about not having the two appraisals, which might lead to litigation. But how can our municipalities be assured that they're receiving value for that they're actually getting adequate information in order to make their assessments?
That's a good question. I would, whoever they're intending to contract with to perform the work, should certainly give them an idea of how they plan to accomplish the task and whether or not they have the information necessary. And if they don't, they shouldn't take the assignment. But at the current moment, I don't think that municipalities have a difficult time finding someone to produce appraisals.
I would suggest to all members of the committee that your curiosity about this question can be satisfied by reading the 40 to 50 pages of material accumulated in the commission report. The findings and the minutes of every single one of our meetings is part of that report. You can read the minutes and see the discussions that we had that sort of mirror the questions I'm hearing here. We've already asked those questions and answered them. All that information is in the report. That's why I had it sent to each of you yesterday, so that you would see that this information has already been discussed and these questions have been answered to at least the commission's satisfaction. Representative Corman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. I'm sorry I came in late, but I just want to make sure I understand what the impact on the Education Trust Fund is going to be. We see that the revenue will decrease because of less going into the UPT, and SWEPT at this point is being kept at the same amount. Does that mean that the income into the Education Trust Fund is actually going to be decreasing?
So I believe that's correct. And I think that as Molly has just said, it was at about 1% of the total revenue of the ETF.
Once again, that subject is covered extensively in the commission report. The Department of Education, who is not here this morning to testify, was a member of the, attended a couple of the commission meetings and answered questions about the effect on the Education Trust Fund by this change. And without having the report right in front of me, as I recall, the Department of Education indicated that the impact was minimal on the Education Trust Fund. Additional questions? All right, seeing none, let's bring up Madeline Minot next from the Granite State Hydropower Association. Ms. Minot also was a member of this commission. Microphone.
Sorry, I didn't know it was turned off. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm Madeline Minot, representing the Granite State Hydropower Association, and I represented GSHA on the study commission for the past 3 years. As this is the product of the study commission, we support this bill. GSHA is complementary to NEPCA, where they represent the larger generators. We represent smaller hydropower producers. Many of our members use pilots, payment in lieu of taxes, and we appreciate that this bill specifically includes language to transition existing pilot agreements so that there's not a significant change in the middle of a pilot agreement. Pilot agreements are a contract between the taxpayer and the municipality. And so when those agreements were entered into, the generator may have been paying the utility property tax and not the SWEPT, so we didn't want to upend existing agreements. So we appreciate that there is a transition, as well as the specific language on lines 11 to 15, which allows a municipality that have entered into pilot agreements with a generator to use a value calculated from those pilot payments by the DRA to determine the amount of SWEPT that is owed, which would avoid having to do an assessment just specifically for that SWEPT payment. Representative McGee, you asked about the fact that there's language in here saying the SWEPT may be included in a pilot or paid in addition to a pilot payment. That's because pilots are structured in all different ways. And so we wanted to give that flexibility to the taxpayer and the municipality to negotiate those new pilots in a way that made sense to both of them. So the taxpayer could pay a pilot payment and then the municipality takes the SWEPT out of that payment and transfers that. Or the taxpayer could make a pilot payment and then separately make the SWEPT payment to the municipality. Because of how the pilot is structured, it may make sense to have one whole amount and then take the SWEPT out, or it may make sense to pay the pilot and then have the SWEPT assessed separately. So we just wanted to make sure that that flexibility was still there for the municipalities and the taxpayers negotiating pilots. As has been mentioned before, if there is any request to add reporting requirements, we would oppose that. That was extensively discussed by the study commission, and there was no agreement among the commission members. So our position is that if other businesses are not having to open their books to assessors, we shouldn't have to either. There's been a lot of questions as to what's going to be the effect on us as taxpayers and taxpayers in general. So I'll try and just say quickly, for generators as taxpayers, switching from the UPT to paying the SWEPT, the rate is much lower, but as a rule, the local assessment is much higher. So how that's going to play out for individual generator taxpayers is a little bit hard to say, but it's not going to be a massive change because you're paying a lower rate on a higher value. So it's going to be probably somewhat similar. But for individual generator taxpayer, it might be a little bit more, it might be a little bit less. And then as far as taxpayers as a whole, if you don't change the total amount of SWEPT raised, it's going to lower the SWEPT rate that all taxpayers pay. So it's going to be a little bit less taxes for everybody else. And I do want to just put out there that there's a similar Senate bill, Senate Bill 277, which is sponsored by Senator Lang. And so at some point, there's going to have to be a reconciliation of these two bills, which are effectively trying to achieve the same goal. I'm happy to take any questions.
Questions for Ms. Minot? Representative Wendy Thomas?
Thank you. I'm just verifying the name of the Senate Bill 277. Thank you.
Senator Lang was on the commission as well. It was a big commission.
It was a
yes.
big commission.
Representative Swanson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for being here. This question probably applies to everybody, but in Nashua, assessments occur every 2, 3, 4, or 5 years. So I'm wondering, it feels like there would be a lag between when, perhaps the communities nearby your installations, this might apply to the other producers. Will there be a lag between when this goes into effect and when a new assessment might be made? And the corollary to that question is, during that interim, will there a net improvement of your bottom line due to having gotten rid of this tax for that interim?
As I mentioned, many of our facilities use payment in lieu of taxes, and so that's a negotiated amount. So some of the municipalities have a value on the books and some do not. And so that's why we wanted to have the option to have the municipality use an inferred value based on pilot payments. So that's an option for the municipality. As far as the frequency of assessment, that's up to the host municipality. I don't think that the taxpayer has any control over that. Yeah.
So, well, but the
Follow-up.
follow-up, the question at hand is, in the interim, will there be an immediate improvement to your bottom line?
I don't think so, because that municipal assessment tends to be much higher than the DRA's assessment. That's what the study commission found. We looked at the DRA assessment and the MS1 assessment for all of the generating facilities. And, sometimes it's as much as double. And so, no, I guess I'm not totally understanding your question as far as the frequency of the municipal assessment and a change in our bottom line. As I said, when you're changing from paying the utility property tax based on a DRA value at a set rate of $660 per thousand, and now you're going to be paying the SWEPT on a municipal value, which tends to be much higher, but the SWEPT has a lower rate, it's going to not be a massive tax break, if that's what you're thinking.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, seeing Representative Partial.
Thank you, Chair. I'll try to be brief. Knowing this is going to be probably need to be reconciled with the Senate bill, there were several recommendations made at the end of the report that Chair Vos submitted. Could you see those recommendations being addressed at that time, or do you see a more urgency for some of those recommendations? Do I need to go over them?
No, several of the recommendations to be considered were things that the commission could not agree on. And
Yes.
so the specific, I think this bill is an outcome of what was unanimously agreed upon by the commission members. A lot of things that said, well, you may want to consider these things were put in as considerations because the commission members could not generally agree on them. And so I think I would have to look at specific considerations to tell you whether or not I think they should be considered or not. But for example, reporting requirements are something we would not support adding, which I believe was listed as one of the considerations.
Okay, seeing no further questions, we'll give the last word on this legislation to Brody Duchesne, who is representing the New Hampshire Municipal Association. First of all, let's say congratulations on your new position.
Thank you, Representative. I appreciate
Welcome to
that,
SD&E.
Mr. Chairman. And thank you to the committee for taking my testimony. I did write you some testimony last night. I've been fielding many calls from municipal assessors over the last few days with concern over this legislation. We are neutral, the Municipal Association, so let me be clear, we're not in opposition. We are here to provide some education and to raise some of our concerns. And our concerns is about the lack of reporting requirements. And it's for the same kind of reason, not the same reason, it's for some of the reasons in the testimony you heard from Adam from DRA, where it's difficult to separate income producing property from the value that impacts its fair market value, especially with generators. And so part of the reason why, at least from what we've been told by our assessors, that there can be a disparity in what DRA is assessing these generator properties and what the municipality is because the municipality has much less information to make an accurate assessment. And the assessors would just like the same information that goes to the Department of Revenue Administration collected by a government entity to also go to the municipal assessors. Even they think it's more than fair to make it so they have to abide by the same confidentiality requirements of DRA is more than reasonable to them. And also the fact that DRA is collecting this information shows it's not really an intrusion. It's just so they can make an accurate assessment of the generating property. There are a few other things that, I heard that was discussed today that some of the assessors wanted me to raise. One is that we would be treating generators differently whether or not they'd be owned by utilities, despite that very similar generator facilities that are both attached to the transmission network one would be subject to UPT and one wouldn't be. So I want to flag that's something that some of the assessors mentioned where they said, well, you have a solar field that's not owned by a utility company, but you have one that's only owned, that is owned by a utility company. You're going to be essentially taxing them at different rates. I also want to point out the swept tax rate right now is only about $1.23, $1.24 per $1,000 of evaluation. Utilities property tax is $6.60. So even if somehow the municipal assessment is double what DRA's assessment is, the tax rate's still 1.6. I mean, you're still paying significantly less. So those are kinds of things that I want to mention is that, there would be less revenue for public education. That's not something we have a stance on at the Municipal Association. The assessments would be, different. The municipal is different than DRA, but a big reason for that is because there's a lack of reporting to the local municipal assessors. And so in Section 3 of the bill, where there's this reporting requirement, lines 22 through 26 to DRA, all the assessors want from all this commission, all the things that they wanted to have addressed to limit lawsuits, though a lot of those things didn't get included in this bill, but they really think to prevent lawsuits and to help them do their jobs and their municipal assessing to make sure that there's an accurate assessment, fair to the generator, property owner, who's not a utility company, and fair to the municipalities to limit lawsuits is to make it so then that information is not just shared with the DRA assessors, but shared with the municipal assessors. And that's the biggest thing that will prevent lawsuits. Otherwise, the assessors are still going to be trying their best to assess based on the publicly available information they have. And the generators, if they disagree with that, will still appeal or go to court over it. Unless they get that same information to get an idea of some of this, the income from producing, the income producing property from the value of the fair market value. It's going to be difficult for municipal assessors to do their job accurately. And that's what they raised during the commission report. And as it's kind of been alluded to, other states are doing this. And I really want to thank Representative Harrington and Kaplan for essentially encapsulating what my testimony would be just by asking, I think, what were the clearly obvious questions with some of the issues with not reporting this information so there can be accurate assessments done on the municipal level. And I'll take any questions.
Thank you so much. Anybody have any questions? Representative McGee.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman. Nice to see you again, the Honorable Brody Deshays. My question is around, in your testimony, you alluded to the fact that the DRA assessors are able to secure information that the municipal assessors do not currently. But you sort of threw in there that they are bound by the same rules in terms of the security of that information. And I think that seems to be a really big issue or sticking point for folks, right? Is that they don't want their business information to be made public. So my question would be, if a municipal assessor is then granted access, do they share that information with the municipality, or do they simply use the data that they're privy to in order to formulate the assessment?
To my knowledge, it's the latter. And assessors every day are handling, as I mentioned in my written testimony by email that I sent last night, they are handling confidential information every single day. And they know how to handle that information, what is and what isn't subject to 91A. So I really want to stress that these assessors only want to see this information so then they can create an accurate assessment. And it's not information that they want to share with the general public and that they have any interest in sharing with the general public. I mean, I don't know exactly what goes through their licensure and certification requirements because they also have to get licensure and certification. But I would imagine some of it has to do with how they collect information data and how they keep that confidential and organized.
Okay, thank you. The people behind you are buzzing, so.
Well, yeah, I was buzzing too, so.
Additional questions? Seeing none, I want to thank you for, Representative Bloget.
Thank you, Chair. I waited if there was someone else. Honorable Dossier, thank you for taking my question. This point is sticking in my head. If you could have an answer for it, I appreciate it. The DRA has this information. Their assessment is lower. Towns assessors, and some of them are townspeople also, selectmen or whatever, they're going to get the same information, and I'm want to wager a bet they will not assess it lower. The question is, will they use the information they get? Or rephrase that. How can they use the information they get the same as the DRA uses it?
I don't know how DRA does their assessments. I called the line and the individual who it says call to ask about the utility property tax, and they said to call a gentleman named Chris. And when I called that number, I didn't get a response. So I'm not sure how DRA does their assessment for utility properties. I don't know the minutia of how local assessors do that too, so I will be honest about that. But local assessors have shared with us, several at least in the last week, that having this additional information and understanding, how the property generates electricity, how much, and some of the other things regarding, income, does help them create an accurate assessment, at least based on how they're trained and certified and licensed by the state of New Hampshire. So that is their stance. Again, we're neutral on it, but we had so many complaints that we weren't even going to testify. We didn't have a stance on this bill, and then we decided we should come forward and support our assessors and say just a simple reporting requirement that the information that's going to be required to be reported under Section 3 of this bill, it going to municipal assessors, will be helpful, not just in preventing future lawsuits between municipalities and generators and saving the ratepayers and taxpayers money, but also ensuring that there is an accurate assessment. We have no stance on how the state raises its funds for public education. That doesn't impact municipal budgets. It impacts school district budgets and the state's budget. So I want to be clear on that too. We primarily only care about that reporting requirement. And if there's going to be a reporting requirement on this information at DRA, we think, at least based on what we've been told by our municipal assessors, that there is a great benefit to the municipalities and their taxpayers to make sure the assessors also get that information.
The commission discussed this question extensively. The DRA uses a form, I believe it's the Form A9. Maybe it's a different number. But anyway, the DRA uses a form to collect this information. That's how they do their assessments. And we discussed that extensively within the commission. It's all in the findings and in the minutes of our meetings, if you want to learn more about that. Representative McGee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thank you for taking my question. So my question would be around some of the prior testimony that we heard regarding whether or not there are any other businesses for which municipal assessors require this kind of information, or if it would solely be these businesses that are simply trying to transition off of a kind of a legacy utility tax that they really shouldn't be obligated to be paying.
I'm unsure if there is or there isn't. I can always follow up and check with the assessors. What I do know though is that these utility generating properties are, as was kind of mentioned, uniquely different than like say a restaurant. Just in their very nature and just in how their ability to generate and how much they generate and how much income they make does greatly impact their property, their fair market value. So
Thank you.
Okay, seeing no further questions, I want to thank you for your testimony, and I want to close the public hearing on House Bill 696. We'll immediately move to a public hearing on House Bill 708. However, I have no pink cards, so I don't know who to call on. Oh, here we go. We have a pink card from the bill's prime sponsor, Representative Horgan. So, Representative, I would recognize you to introduce House Bill 708. If anyone else would like to testify on House Bill 708, please submit a pink card. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm Representative Timothy Horgan from Stratford County District 10, the town of Durham. This bill, actually, we may remember SB, the rather appropriate name SB 603, which you dealt with last spring, and this is kind of a follow-on to that bill with a somewhat different. I'm emphasizing one issue that was kind of not at the forefront of the debate over that one, which is basically the possibility, actually probably the certainty that at some point we'll have to have a second area code in New Hampshire, and it would have to. Nobody would have wanted to have a geographic split of the area code, make half the state change their numbers, but that I'm quite certain will not happen. They would have an overlay area code. But anyway, so 603 has been our state's only area code since October 1947, when the North American Numbering Plan was introduced. At that time, there were just 86 numbering plan areas in the United States and Canada. That was before we even had direct distance dialing, which came in about 10 years later. And my written testimony says 335 area codes. I think actually what I meant is there's 335 in the USA. There's, I think I saw there's 53 in Canada. There's, at least a couple of dozen in other parts of the world. So it's probably more like 400 area codes, and then there's various three-digit codes, like the X11 codes, like 911 and 411. So since the 1990s, there's been a lot of concern about "quote unquote" exhausting the 603 area code, which means basically we've run out of available numbers, and the North American Numbering Plan and because you probably all know this, there's a three-digit area code, a three-digit central office code, and finally a four-digit station number or line number. And the line and various techniques have been utilized for the past quarter century to stave off area code 603 exhaust date, but the current exhaust date is just 7 years away in 2032. And up till 1992, the only way to create a new area code was a geographic split, like what we're concerned about happening which is what we don't want to have happen here in New Hampshire. Overlaid area codes. The first one was back in 1992 when they introduced area code 917 in New York City. I personally lived through 3 geographic splits in the 1980s. They're kind of disruptive. People were scared about them, but once they happened, they weren't as bad as people feared beforehand. But it's still something we don't want to go through here in New Hampshire. So in to avoid the geographic area split in 1992, the General Court enacted RSA 374-59, which discouraged such a split while empowering it was then as a PUC. This function has since been sent over to the Department of Energy to take various measures to exhaust the supplies of available phone numbers, what we like to fondly refer to as the 603. And those measures worked well, but it's been somewhat expensive. Like SB 603 spent, I think, allocate a 6-digit sum for a consultant to stave off the exhaustion of 603, which may or may not have been money well spent. And I'm not even sure like who the consultant was or what they did. But at some point, at some point that effort is going to become futile. At some point we're going to have to go to the overlay area code, and we're actually starting to run out of phone numbers. We're even running out of the central office codes. We have about 650 total of those, central office codes, such as like the 271 on our phone numbers here at the State House, where there's only 34 left. I mean, it could be worse. The 617 area code in Boston has 0 central office codes available. So, and I became aware of this issue personally when I decided to get a Google Voice number, and Google Voice did not have any 603 numbers available because they couldn't buy the rights to them. I had to get an 802. I had to get an 802 area code for my Google Voice number. So anyway, SB 603 is a good bill. I'm not sure if I agreed totally with its with the emphasis on avoiding an overlay area code, but it was successful, and there's basically 0 chance of a geographic area code split. They haven't actually tried to do one since 2007. That was in New Mexico. It was a fiasco. It was extremely unpopular, and it also, I guess, creates more headaches for the people of the North American numbering plan, because then they have to create a so-called second numbering plan area. So it's easier to keep the old numbering plan area and just have a second or third or however many area codes you need to supply enough numbers. So I think the creation of a second area code would actually be beneficial. I think telephone users would have a choice of more numbers. So if you have a large business, you could now actually have your own central office code again, such as the 271 that the state government uses. Also, you would have more choice of 7-digit numbers that spell out a phrase. So like I could probably get like a number like whatever the overlay area code -TIMOTHY if I wanted like to have a phone number that spelled out my name. So I would say it's a time. I think it's time to begin planning for the introduction of an overlay area code, which I think would be beneficial. And, we would still be the 603. Like I mentioned, Massachusetts and Boston, the 617 area code has been, 617 area code is shrunk to a small geographic area. But, like if you go to Fenway Park, the Red Sox still have 617 on their, 617 prominently featured their marketing materials, even on some of their baseball caps. So we would still be the 603, even if we had a second area code. And another thing, which I don't mention in my written testimony, is that if we get the second area code now, we have more of a choice of a number to which to choose, and there's some that might be popular that are still available. I'll just mention, I think I'll just mention something which one of my colleagues pointed out, which is like 420, popular with people, the legalization of cannabis. 420 is still available as a area code, and there's some other cool numbers that are still available, though they actually are running out of area codes too, but that's a whole nother story. So I urge you just to pass this bill. It just builds on what we passed last year in SB 603 and just, kind of clarifies things, and also like maybe recognizes the reality that we're not going to be able to have one area code forever, and we'll still be New Hampshire, we'll still be the 603, even if we have one or more overlay area codes in addition to the 603. So I urge you to pass this bill. Thanks.
Thank you. Could you explain to us how an overlay area code works?
Yes, so it's similar to what I mentioned. For example, in central Boston, there's the 617, and then lots of people have 857 numbers as well. So they both apply to the same area, and so that's one nearby example. Or So, and they mentioned the like in New York City, in Manhattan has a 212. They also have the 646, and they also have the 917 that I talked about. The 917 is special because they shared 917 with also like an area that was split off back in the mid 1980s. Basically, in New York City, they did a geographical split. They split Manhattan off from the outer and the Bronx off from the other three boroughs, and then they both those areas have several overlay area codes in them, and then they have an overlay area code that overlays both of them. But that's that's basically just like what you see a lot in Massachusetts, for example. The cell phones usually have different numbers than the landlines. Those are the newer overlay area codes that were created, I think. Thanks.
So if I understood you correctly, an overlay area code is just a second area code, but it's not tied to a geographic area.
Well, it's the same area. Well, there's many of those area code, what we refer to area codes aren't tied to geographic areas, but this is one that would be where you have multiple area codes for the same area. So if they did this, New Hampshire would still be what they call a numbering plan area, but it would now have area code 603 and then whatever the area code is, 420 or whatever one gets chosen for us.
But when you dial your phone, you only have to use one area code, correct?
Yes, you'll still have to do 10-digit dialing, but we institute, which was a stumbling block, something people were concerned about, but we've already crossed that bridge. So we already have 10-digit dialing here in New Hampshire. So we got rid of that several years ago for various reasons. So.
Representative Cortman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Representative Horrigan, for taking my question. I actually have a two-part question.
Yes.
First one is, what is it that the Department of Energy needs to do in terms of planning? And the second one is, I noticed in the bill there's a definition of geographic split, but that term is not used anywhere in the bill.
Okay, I think the geographic split may appear elsewhere in the RSA that it refers to. If that's unnecessary, well, that's maybe that's something you consider during the committee process. As what was the first part? To repeat the first part of the question, I think.
First part was, what is it that the Department of Energy would need to do in terms of planning for this?
Nothing special. I'm just trying to redirect it. SB 306 was part of a campaign. The former Governor Sununu, he was very interested in our state's iconic symbols. And the area code was one of them. And so we have a new governor who, as far as I can tell, is not quite as interested in symbolic things like that. So the overlay area code is something that's going to happen eventually. So I think it's probably better to have it sooner than later. So that's the purpose of adding the extra paragraph to the RSA.
Additional questions, Representative Wendy Thomas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. For the record, I highly endorse 420 and the 603. My question, though, is how is a new area code chosen? Is it done by contest? Is it petition? I mean, how is it applied?
Well, there's a organization called the North American Numbering Plan Area, which is it's a private company, but it contracts with the various nations that are in the North American Numbering Plan Area. So and there's a somewhat mysterious committee process. So I'd have to say I'm not exactly sure how it works, but I'm sure but they do respond if the Department of Energy, if the state, if the Department of Energy says we're ready to have the overlay area code, they'll start the process. How they decide which number to assign where, I'm not 100% sure, but we have probably some input over it. And so,
Thank you.
Thanks.
Further questions? Representative McGee.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Representative Horrigan, for being here. My question is whether it's the state that would initiate that proceeding or whether the telephone companies do that based on, the need. I mean, I understand the idea of wanting to get statutes updated, which is fine, but I guess the point is, where does the work belong?
I mean, there's many telephone companies in the state. When we first started the area code plan back in 1947, there was just AT&T dominated the market, and they actually used to administer this code, which was first in the United States and Canada, and expanded to like various other places. So So this is like within the purview of this, it's in the purview of the state to decide how to allocate the numbers, and they make them available to all the different telephone carriers, of which there's dozens or perhaps even hundreds. So the largest two being
Thank you.
Verizon, yep, and Fairpoint Communications, but there's many others. So.
Okay, seeing no further questions, thank you for introducing this legislation. Now let's hear from the Department of Energy and Megan Stone.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. My name is Megan Stone, Legislative Liaison with the Department of Energy. So the department is neutral on this bill. However, we do have one main concern, and that is the state does not have jurisdiction over area codes. We cannot reserve area codes. We cannot begin planning for an area code on our own. The North American Numbering Plan Administrator has jurisdiction over when the planning begins for a new area code. Senate Bill 603 in 2024 instructed the department to adopt conservation measures to save New Hampshire's 603 area code. The department requested all telecommunications providers that are registered to provide telecommunications service in New Hampshire, and whom the department has jurisdiction over, to undertake an inventory of their assigned blocks of numbers and required them to return those 1,000 blocks that were less than 10% contaminated to the numbering pool by March 31st, 2024. Close to 150 blocks were returned following that initial request. The department has also begun initial steps to move toward consolidation of rate centers in New Hampshire. While rate center consolidation would not conserve or reclaim numbers in the traditional sense, it could drastically reduce the quantity of new 10,000 NXX codes that need to be opened in the future. Using the efforts already underway in the state of Maine as a roadmap, the department has undertaken preliminary steps towards that goal and has been holding productive stakeholder sessions with Consolidated Communications, TDS Telecom, Granite State Communications, Dunbarton Telephone Company, and Bretton Woods Telephone Company. Prior to Senate Bill 603 being adopted, the area code exhaust date was anticipated to be Q2 of 2027. With a 3-year planning period for implementation of a new area code, NAMPA would have begun planning efforts in the Q2 of 2024. NAMPA does an analysis of the area code exhaust dates in April and October of each year. Because of the department's directive to telecommunications providers to inventory and review numbering resources and return non-contaminated blocks to the numbering pool, the April 2024 projection for exhaust of the 603 was pushed out to the Q3 of 2027. Those efforts, when combined with continued close oversight and review of daily requests for numbering resources, have continued to be successful, and the October 2024 analysis pushed the projected exhaust date by almost 2 years to the Q3 of 2029. And the department anticipates that with continued implementation of the measures we've taken, that will be pushed out further in the next couple of reports. And that is all I have. Happy to take questions.
Okay, thank you very much. Questions for Ms. Stone, Representative Corman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Ms. Stone, for taking my question. So since you said that New Hampshire doesn't have jurisdiction over area codes, is there anything that the Department of Energy needs to do in terms of getting a new overlay area code?
NAMPA will have once they're looking at the exhaust date, if we come up to that exhaust date and we don't have any other, and we think that will be the case, they will implement a 3-year planning period to move to a new area code.
But you said that was NAMPA that would do
Yes.
that. So my question was about DOE.
Yes, they will work with DOE once that exhaust date comes up and they start that 3-year planning period. NAMPA will work with DOE.
Additional questions? Seeing none, thank you, Ms. Stone, for being
Thank you.
here. That's good detailed information. We appreciate that. Having no more pink cards, I'm going to close the public hearing on House Bill 708. And I'm going to open a public hearing on House Bill HCR 2 and call to the front table the prime sponsor of this legislation, Representative Keith Ammon of New Boston. Floor is yours, Representative. Welcome to STD.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And for the record, my name is Keith Ammon, Hillsborough, District 42, New Boston, Mount Vernon, Lineborough. It's good to be before the Science, Technology, and Energy Committee. They say some committees are better looking, but this committee has the highest average IQ. So I'm here to introduce HCR 2. And the background on this bill is, or this resolution, is it's one of the recommendations that came out of the commission to investigate the implementation of next generation nuclear reactor technology in New Hampshire. That's the long title of the commission. I was going to give you just a walkthrough. Resolutions are symbolic. They don't carry the force of law. But it sends a signal to the country, the industry, that New Hampshire is interested in this, and we see the wisdom in welcoming advanced nuclear to New Hampshire. So just on page 1 of the bill, there's a lot of whereas clauses. It talks about the reliability and efficiency of nuclear. It could contribute to the state's energy independence. These next generation reactors offer improved safety, flexibility, and efficiency in generating clean carbon-free energy. On line 10 now. It could provide opportunities for economic growth, job creation, and innovation within New Hampshire. Next, whereas nuclear energy currently supplies nearly 60% of New Hampshire's in-state electricity generation. So New Hampshire is already a nuclear-friendly jurisdiction. Line 17 talks about the global competition. We learned a lot about that on our commission, that Russia and China are pursuing supply chains globally, and they're locking in trading partners of different countries around the world, and they're becoming dependent on Russia and China's supply chains. And the United States is falling behind currently in that area. So it is a national security issue as well. Line 20, it's in the interest of the United States to maintain leadership in advanced technology and ensuring that it remains under our nation's control. Line 23, workforce development. It requires a highly skilled and specialized workforce. And so part of this resolution is a resolution about workforce development. And then finally, line 27, we want to nudge the NRC to speed up their approval process of advanced nuclear. And they're working on something called Part 54, which is regulations specifically for advanced nuclear. And the current administration has asked them to fast track that. So this will be reinforcing that idea. So then 31 is the resolution resolved. The House of Representatives, Senate concurring, that nuclear is hereby declared to be in the best interest of the state of New Hampshire and the United States, supporting energy independence, economic growth, carbon-free energy generation, and technological leadership. The next page 2, line 4, we're urging the NRC to act. Line 8 talks about the workforce development of training programs to build highly skilled workforce necessary. So because this is sort of the ground floor, maybe you could say, of the advanced nuclear renaissance, it would be wise for our state university systems and our legislator to support them in building their workforce development. The last section, page 2, line 11, I think of this one maybe the days of Paul Revere with a feather pen and an inkwell and a parchment. We're sending this resolution to these various federal positions, including the President of the United States, the president of the U.S. Senate, which is also the vice president, the Speaker of the House of Representatives, and then different committee chairs in Washington, D.C., and then at the state level, the governor, commissioners of the PUC, commissioner of the Department of Energy, and various other departments. So that's an overview of this resolution. And there's one trick that I didn't know years ago. The Senate's rules prevent them from taking up concurrent resolutions. So if this passes the House, it will be my job to get a senator to suspend the rules so that they can take it up. And fortunately, we have 3 senators as co-sponsors. So I think the odds of that are pretty high. So with that, I'll take any questions.
Thank you. Representative Vice Chair Thomas, rather, has a question for you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. So, very good explanation on this. I think it's well needed. With this resolution, if it passes the House, and HB 189, which was the definition, adding nuclear to the definition of clean energy, passing the House, both of these put together, would you say that this is an attempt to tell the world that we are ready for nuclear energy investors to come to the state? And is this going to, this follow-on question is this going to add credence to the national effort by seeing another state is adopting this type of resolution?
I believe so. And I think we'll be the only state in the Northeast to do so, because most of the other states have moratoriums on building nuclear. So this is a comparative advantage for our state in New England. And as you said, it'll send a signal that we're interested in developing this industry here.
Additional questions, Representative Corman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Representative Ammon, for introducing this bill. I'm looking forward to hearing more about advanced nuclear in the Emerging Tech Caucus. One of the questions I have, though, is about the workforce. There isn't really established advanced nuclear anywhere. So how do we spin up education for a workforce? I mean, I don't think there are professors at UNH who can teach it, or anywhere else in the state. So how do we spin that up?
That's a good question. So this resolution, it doesn't carry the force of law. It's really just a strong suggestion. On the Commission for Advanced Nuclear, we had a professor from UNH, a professor of physics, sit in on the commission. So I do know there's at least one qualified person to teach it. The supply chain for advanced nuclear isn't just going to be about the radioactive components or the reactor components. There's a lot of different, parts that go into manufacturing it. So, for instance, in Newington, Westinghouse has a manufacturing facility. They manufacture parts of nuclear reactor plants. And so we do have some seeds in New Hampshire that we can grow to, benefit from the supply chain, and workforce development would be a big part of that.
Representative Wendy Thomas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm looking on page 2, line 5, where it says, lines 4 and 5, that the New Hampshire General Court urges the Nuclear Regulatory Commission to prioritize and expedite the review and approval process. Are you advocating for any steps or processes to be changed in order to expedite these processes? Are these reviews?
I think you mean expedite, but it's same difference, I think.
No, expedite, sorry.
Yeah, we're urging them to, it's a gentle urging that this has taken too long, quicken their pace and, not compromise safety, but make sure that the industry has some certainty on when they can comply with whatever regulations that they're going to develop.
Follow up?
Follow up.
Surely you have an idea of how this could be accomplished to speed things up.
Yes, I do.
Could you elaborate?
They can improve their processes, and the big issue is that they're trying to shoehorn advanced nuclear into the old regulations for old generation nuclear reactors. And so they need to adopt, and they're doing this, they're adopting an approach that fits the nature of advanced nuclear and not trying to, not slowing that process down by treating advanced nuclear as if it's as dangerous as the older generation nuclear. So that would be my thought.
Thank you.
So the NRC has approved a small modular reactor designed by NuScale. They have also approved the building of two molten salt reactors in Texas by a company called Keros. Do you think the momentum is starting to build for advanced nuclear resources?
I do. Just coincidentally, while I was sitting waiting, I noticed this email that I'd like to mention. It's from TerraPower, which is an advanced nuclear company. It's backed by Bill Gates. They're building a plant in Kemmerer, Wyoming, and it's called the Natrium plant. And they received a permit to build a station unit 1 this month. The permit covers all construction and operational activities on the Natrium plant that are not under the jurisdiction of the NRC. So they're getting started waiting for the NRC. And it's a significant milestone. They say it would make the United States a first mover in commercial advanced nuclear. And interestingly, they've partnered up with a data center, one of the largest data center builders, Sabe Data Centers. So in their announcement, they're announcing that they're partnering with a large data center. And I'll tell you, if I had a little more opportunity, OLC was a little backed up. They were kind of bombarded with a lot of bills. So I didn't have a chance to kind of highlight this, but if you wanted to make an improvement to this, my suggestion on page 1, line 13, that paragraph there, I think would be the best place for it, to emphasize that we understand that data centers, AI data centers, high performance compute data centers are driving the demand for advanced nuclear. And I would have added that had I had the opportunity, but it does say, it does list some manufacturing industries and businesses and so forth, but you might want to put data center, something about data center in that paragraph.
Excellent. Further questions? Representative Harrington.
Just a couple of quick comments and questions that could probably add to this. You're probably aware that the state of Texas has filed lawsuit against the NRC saying that on certain small modular reactors that they should not have jurisdiction. So that is pending out there. And as far as the workforce issue goes, that's become a major issue with the American Nuclear Society, which, by the way, I got my Golden Award yesterday, 50 years member.
Oh, congrats.
And they estimate 200,000 people are going to be needed, but that's been identified as a major issue that they are working on as one of their top priorities to get that qualified workforce, because it's simply has gone away because we haven't been building nuclear plants. So.
Interesting.
Further questions? Representative Kaplan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Representative Hammond, for bringing this bill. I support your aims. I think I agree with that. Advanced nuclear is becoming an important component and will be an important component of our energy mix in the future. I do have, just to share a little editorial, I do have some concern about the data centers driving this, and the fact that where is that benefit gonna land in terms of our constituents. But I just wanted to ask you a question in terms of workforce development. Would you agree that in order to develop the necessary workforce for this, we're going to have to fund education in a lot more serious fashion in our state?
I think we're very creative in how we fund things in New Hampshire. So I agree that funding is a component, and where that comes from remains to be determined.
Representative La Rochelle has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think nuclear has a great deal of potential, but I'm also wondering I'm concerned that a lot of the uranium ore comes from places like China and Russia. My question is, will we go back and do some more research on, say, thorium breeder reactors and other potential sources of nuclear energy?
It's a good question. My lay understanding is that the thorium reactor concept has great promise, but it's just not as far ahead as fission, uranium-based fission. In the commission, we did interview or had present a nuclear fusion company. So nuclear fusion is, I'm a little skeptical if you can get, energy for free, but they seem to think that they're on the verge of possibly some breakthroughs with fusion. And that has fewer issues with radioactivity, the byproducts. So that's the best I can answer.
Thank you.
Representative Partial has a question.
Thank you, Chair Votes, and thank you for being here today. I do have concerns about this technology competing with existing non-fossil fuel alternatives. However, setting that aside, my other concern is us getting these funded. Nuclear, which was that the name of the NuScale?
NuScale.
Recently had many of their contracts canceled in Utah, or was it Idaho, which caused them, basically to send their company in a free fall right now. And I'm not aware of any other company right now that's been able to amass the capital in order to proceed with a full-scale project such as this of this nature. I'm not saying it can't happen, but I would like your perspective on that.
So we all have limited knowledge, right? So your question isn't definitive. I'm gonna assume. I just read you a press release from TerraPower in Wyoming that's backed by Bill Gates, and the data center demand is huge. And there's a lot of private capital coming from data centers because they need the energy to run their computers. So there may be, if we play our cards right, there may be a way to attract private capital to help fund these projects. And there are some, you're right, it was UAMPS in Utah. The municipality, there was a short seller that put out a report, and that sort of blew up that deal. They claimed the numbers didn't work out, and the municipality agreed, and they pulled out of that project. Data centers are, very highly capitalized. We just saw Microsoft is going to restart one of the reactors in 3 Mile Island. So they're trying to find ways to get carbon-free, firm power, and that's what they're looking for. And advanced nuclear in general fits that bill very, very nicely. It's 24/7, always on, and reliable power for, the contracts that these data centers have with their customers. You've probably heard of 5.9 uptime, 99.999% uptime. And that's the standard. And you need power to deliver that uptime.
Follow up, please.
Yes, follow up.
Yes, so we would see the primary role of many of these SMRs as being tied directly, which we did hear a bill yesterday of this nature, being tied directly to these data centers rather than providing electric generally into our existing grid. I mean, is that kind of what I think your focus
I don't
is?
think that's a fair assumption. So in order for a project to be capitalized, the business plan has to map out, and what you need is the first customer. You need a customer that's going to sign a contract, a power agreement, stating that that customer, the data center, whatever it is going to make that project viable. Once that's met, once that reactor is built, any extra power can go back to the grid and feed the customers of New Hampshire, the businesses and the residences in New Hampshire. So you just have to think about how it scales out. And,
Thank you. That's a good answer. Thank you.
Further questions? Representative McGee, Representative Schneller first.
Thank you, Chairman Vos. My question is relative to the last last question. Any good plan has to start with leadership, and I think leadership will have to come from the executive, specifically the governor. Have you or any of the tech caucus had any material discussions with the governor's office? Because that's a
Yeah,
critical component
so-
to any plan.
That's a good question. Just anecdotal, a few times that I've seen Governor Ayotte, I've seen her 3 or 4 times in the last couple of months, and she mentions to me advanced nuclear. Keith, we want to do advanced nuclear. So I know, and she said it in her inaugural address, in debates. So I know there's interest. I've been kind of waiting for the budget process to work out because I know that's the main priority of the governor's office. And once that gets settled, we're going to have her address on Thursday. So I think after that budget is passed off to the House, the governor's office will have more time to pursue different things. And I plan on following up with that. And if you want to be included, I'd appreciate that too.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Now, Representative McGee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Representative Ammon, for taking my question. So what I thought reading through the resolution, I'm happy that you're bringing it. I think it's timely. But it seems like there's maybe a disconnect with where the resources are in the country. And perhaps the resolution could also include a call for the federal government to pull in our existing I'm going blank now, like Los Alamos and our national labs.
National labs.
Basically, we have technologists in those areas that are highly skilled and that are often idle in administrations that don't know how to use those resources in order to advance the goals of the country. So I'm wondering whether it's appropriate for the resolution to also include a call for the national labs to be, I'm sure they are already involved, but perhaps that's another piece, because when you're talking about trying to figure out a way to get the workforce together for this, which
Yeah.
really is an issue, I would think that if you're looking all hands on deck, that might be a good addition to the bill, is to direct that, because they never seem to use the national labs in any really pointed way.
I think that's an excellent suggestion. I know there's Project Pele in, I think it's Idaho National Labs. That's a test reactor. And there's the GAIN program, which is, I always forget what it stands for, Gateway for Acceleration in Nuclear, I think it stands for. And they've had representatives in state trying to work with the Department of Energy and I think even Dartmouth. So there are some federal resources that can be brought to bear. And I also know the startup in Manchester, StarCube, has gotten plugged into the national lab system, and they're benefiting from, they're doing reactor design. And so they're able to tap into those resources, which I think is a huge benefit. So I'd be open to that suggestion.
Additional questions? Seeing none, thank you, Representative, for introducing this resolution. We have no more pink cards. Is there anybody else who would like to speak?
Mr. Chairman, just a quick comment.
Yes, Representative Harrington.
On as far as the national labs go, they'll be evaluating there's 6 prototype projects that were funded by the federal government of various types of SMRs, and they're going forward, it looks like, to be built, and it'll be sometime, I think the deadline is the end of 2026. But these are small prototypes, and I think we'll know a lot more after that comes out, but there is actual work being done, and it's being directed, I think, by Oak Ridge on this one, so.
Representative Bernardi.
Just another comment. When you start looking at workforce and looking for skilled people in this area, you don't forget that Portsmouth Naval Shipyard has been a nuclear engineering lab operational for years and years. There are many well-trained nuclear workers in that arena, as well as we have the Seabrook Nuclear Power Plant. So New Hampshire is very well suited for having at least a start in some highly technical people in the field.
Okay, any additional comments? Seeing none, we are now going to take a lunch break, and we will return here at 1 o'clock for a public hearing on House Bill 710 FN, enabling electric utilities to own, operate, and offer advanced nuclear resources. We will see you all then, and enjoy your lunch.
Mr. Chairman, quick question.
Yes,
Question for the-
Representative Reynolds.
Do you anticipate any executive sessions this afternoon after our scheduled public hearings?
Well, since you brought that up, we could do one right now before we break for lunch, if you like.
I was just asking.
Are
about
there
after
any
lunch.
bills
I didn't.
that we probably could come to bipartisan agreement on that we could exec? Does anybody want to make a suggestion?
I would suggest the bill on area codes, 708.
Anybody endorse that suggestion?
Well, what is your motion on it?
Yeah,
My
what would your motion be?
My motion would be ITL. I just don't, as we heard from the people from the Department of Energy, it's not necessary. There's already activities going forward. You can stretch it out for so long, and I don't think that this bill is going to add to that at all. So, besides, we're also told that the Department of Energy doesn't have authority to do what the bill is asking it to do.
All right, let's have a show of hands of people who would probably go, who would be likely to go along with a motion of ITL on House Bill 708. All right, looks like a majority would agree to that. So let's call an executive session then on House Bill 708. And I recognize Representative Harrington for a motion.
I move inappropriate to legislate on House Bill 708.
I recognize Representative McGee.
And I will second that motion.
Moved and seconded that we adopt the motion of ITL on House Bill 708. Further discussion? Seeing none, I'm going to see if I can delay things for a few minutes so the clerk can get his paperwork
Papers?
act together so that we can actually do this. Sorry to spring this on you so unexpectedly, but it was a little bit unexpected on my part too, until Representative Reynolds suggested that it was a good idea. So I think it's a good idea. If we can reach consensus as a committee, why not, dispose of these bills when we have the opportunity? In this case, it's an ITL, but it could have been an OTP, if we all agree. So,
Harrington, and who did the second?
second by Representative McGee. So it's been moved and seconded that we adopt the motion of ITL on the question of, on House Bill 708, rather. So I would ask the clerk to call the roll on the question of the adoption of the motion of ITL on HB 708.
Vice Chair Thomas.
Yes, yes.
Otter is gone. Representative Harrington.
Yes.
Representative Bernardi, yes. Representative Ploget.
Yes.
Summers. Representative Mattson.
Yes.
Representative Schneller.
Yes.
Representative McGee.
Yes.
Representative Partial.
No.
Representative Kaplan.
Yes.
Representative Thomas.
Wendy Thomas, yes.
Representative Corman.
Yes.
Representative Reynolds.
Yes.
Representative La Rochelle.
Yes.
Representative Swanson.
Yes.
Chairman Bose.
Yes.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 15, 14 to 1.
By a vote of 14 to 1, the committee adopts the motion of ITL for House Bill 708. Without objection, we'll put this on the consent calendar. No objection noted. So this bill will go on the consent calendar, and Representative Harrington will write the committee report. No minority report is necessary. With that, we'll close the executive session on House Bill 708. And we have a few more minutes. Does anybody have another suggestion for an executive session bill? I personally do not, but Representative Schneller.
Would 672 be too involved to address at this time?
672. Refresh our memory.
Allow for off-grid electricity providers in New Hampshire?
Yes, I don't think we're ready for that one. I think maybe an amendment might be necessary for that one. Any other suggestions? HCR 2. I think we had talked about a possible amendment to that, but we could go without one if you wanted.
I think you should do the amendment. Makes it more powerful on the floor.
Okay, it's been suggested that we wait for an amendment on that one. Any other ideas? Purely in the interest of making our deliberations as efficient as possible. Okay, seeing none. Representative McGee.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm reading through the list here, and I'm wondering if we could look at HB 535, which is relative to defining the role of the Public Utilities Commission. And I would be in favor of OTP because I know all that does is basically say that it requires 2 commissioners to make decisions.
No, that's not the
That's
bill.
not the one.
No, we already exec that one.
So which is this one?
This is the one that Don Crease had written, removing the enforcement from the PUC.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Sorry about that. So I don't know if we're ready to vote on that, but
I don't think we're ready for that one.
we're not ready. All right. We don't want to discuss it. Okay.
All right, well, we might have time this afternoon if any other ideas occur to you. At 1 o'clock, we're going to hear House Bill 710, requiring electric utilities to own, operate, and offer advanced nuclear resources. I would guess that bill would probably need an amendment, so that one probably won't be a candidate. And then at 1:30, probably for the remainder of the afternoon, we're going to be hearing HB 764, which is the bill that prohibits the intentional release of polluting emissions, including cloud seeding, weather modification, excessive electromagnetic radio frequency, and microwave radiation.
I can make a motion on that one right now.
Well, I think we have to have the public hearing first, but I appreciate your sentiments on that one.
Will we have the 5 o'clock deadline on that?
We do have a 5 o'clock deadline.
Good.
But if we should, by some stroke of luck, finish at 4:30, we could consider an executive session on that bill or any other bill.
Mr. Chairman, I have another bill potential.
Okay?
We just voted on the area code bill directing the Department of Energy. We have another bill like that, which is directing the Department of Energy to investigate the state's withdrawal from the ISO New England. I don't think there's going to be any changes on that, so should we vote on that?
How many people what would your proposed motion be on that bill?
Well, I don't really agree with the premise of pulling out, so I don't really agree with asking them to waste their time studying it. But that's just my personal opinion. I think we still have to vote the bill out of committee. I just think it's probably ready to vote out of committee.
I'm actually waiting for some information from the committee researcher on that bill.
Is there any other comment on the possibility that we might take up that bill? Vice Chair Thomas?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, no, I think it needs just a little more thought, maybe until next week. I have a thought I want to present to the chairman as to how we might want to perhaps have an amendment, but it's just a thought before we make a decision right now. The thought could be done over lunch as well. So I just want to have a little bit of time to talk about it.
Okay. Representative Swanson.
Mr. Chair, earlier, speaking of information, did you mention that you had sent out or forwarded a 40-page report earlier on 696?
Yes, Davis Allen, the committee researcher, sent it to all members, probably to their legislative email.
So I should look for something from Davis.
Yes,
Thank you.
correct.
That's all I thought.
Turn on your microphone, please.
It's also cited as a hot link in the letter from the New England Power Generators Association. You can get it that way too.
Thank you. Yes, Representative McGee.
Thank you. So I just had a thought. We had quite a bit of testimony yesterday on HB 723, and then I also had the presentation I did in the morning on 681. I'm wondering if we could entertain a motion to retain the bills related to the data platform because we don't yet have the information on the cost or the cost benefits. So after 5.5 years of work, I think the committee could probably supply that for certainly the members who've donated their time and the people all over the country who've been trying to help us get to this as a state. So I would ask that we could probably vote on those two bills, but not up or down based on our individual feelings, but to be retained so that we can receive the information that they've been working to develop all these years.
Vice Chair Thomas.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It just so happens that, and just this is for information, it just so happens that this morning at the chair-vice chair meeting, Clerk Paul Smith talked about retaining bills. And just as a reminder, that any bill that was put for retain, we would not be able to discuss it as a committee until the end of June. And because of the active bills that are going forth now in the State House, and as we all know, when we come to July, we can certainly start taking up retained bills, but it will not be in the LOB. It'll be in the other location to be named later, and any bills put on retained would not be able to come up before the House until the following year, 26, just as a reminder.
Okay, so I'm not personally ready to make a judgment on whether those bills should be retained. So I don't think we can do anything on that today. Representative Corman.
Thank you. I actually like the idea of retaining them because the RFPs won't really be coming in until August, is what we're told. So we can't really do anything until the fall. And to Vice Chair Thomas's point about that any retained bills would be heard in the location to be named, well, that'll give us good practice in dealing with it without a whole lot of other interference.
Okay. Like I said, I don't think we should consider that today, but at a future date, I'm sure we can consider that. Representative Swanson.
Being a new guy here, am I understanding that this would extend, I mean, does the committee normally meet beyond the 4th of July through the summer season?
So retain means that the committee hangs on to the bill. It doesn't turn it over to the House with a recommendation because the committee has decided it wants to do additional work on the bill. So what happens is the retained bill is typically taken up in the fall after the summer recess. And there is a deadline, it's usually somewhere around the 12th or 15th of November, that all retained bills have to be reported out. So what would happen is in the fall, we'd get back together and we'd say, okay, we retain these two bills. What are we going to do with them? We have to have a report by November. The report has to be ought to pass or ITL. And we would figure that out, make a recommendation, and that would happen by the deadline in November.
So the reference to the alternative to the LOB yet to be named isn't like right sometime in July. It's the time frame you mentioned.
Correct. The discussion of the LOB revolves around the fact that on July 1st, the LOB closes for 1 year. And all future committee activity after that date takes place at a building somewhere else here in Concord. I'm not exactly sure where
Thank
it
you,
is.
Mr. Chair.
And so that's going to impact our activity for the year that the LOB is closed, because we're not going to be right next door to the State House like we are now. We're not going to be right next door to OLS like we are right now. We're not going to be right next door to the cafeteria like we are right now. So a lot of the activity that we engage in over that year is going to be quite different. For example, let's say you've introduced a bill that the Senate is hearing. Well, the Senate's going to continue hearing bills in the State House, but you're going to be in the building that the House is using to hear its bills. And I don't know the exact distance between the buildings, but I think it's maybe a half a mile or more. So you're not going to be able to just, run out the door and say, oh, I got to dash over to the State House to testify on a Senate bill or a bill before the Senate. You're going to have to carefully plan your activity with regard to bills that are being heard before the Senate. So it's going to be complicated, and it's going to be new to all of us because this is my 11th year as a state representative. I mean, I've never had to do something like that before.
You have to meet in your car, though.
So, pardon?
You have to meet in your car.
Understood. I wanted to make sure I was inferring that we were going to take it up right after the new replacement LOB was open, but I understand your schedule.
No, there's no mileage paid between July 1st and about August 15th. Therefore, most of us would prefer not to conduct any legislative business during that period of time, since we don't get reimbursed for mileage. And the Speaker's office discourages us from doing any legislative business during that time. So typically, you don't take up a retained bill until after the 1st of September. You ready to go to lunch? All right, let's go to lunch. We'll see you at 1 o'clock.
We'll start in a few seconds. People can take their place. Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the afternoon session of Science, Tech, and Energy. This afternoon, we will be looking at two bills, HB 710 FN, enabling electric utilities to own, operate, and offer advanced nuclear resources, and later on at 1:30ish, HB 764 FN, prohibiting the intentional release of polluting emissions, yada, yada, yada. For right now, I'd like to open up the public hearing for HB 710 FN and introduce Representative Chairman Vose to introduce the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman, and good afternoon again, committee members. For the record, Representative Michael Vose, Town of Epping, Rockingham 5. And I'm here this afternoon to introduce House Bill 710 FN, which will allow electric utilities to own, operate, or offer advanced nuclear resources here in the state of New Hampshire. I view this as enabling legislation. It's based on the model of RSA 574-G, which enabled utilities to pursue the ownership of renewable energy resources. That statute was actually passed many, many, many years ago, but was never actually used until very recently when Unitil built or got permission to build a 5-megawatt solar farm in Kingston, I believe is the location, correct? That facility is currently under construction and will probably come online sometime in the spring or summer of this year. So 574G enabled that project, and I have followed the same model here to add advanced nuclear resources to that model. The first task of the bill is to define what advanced nuclear resource means, and that is on page 1 of the bill, line 3 and 4, where it defines an advanced nuclear resource as any micro, mini, or small nuclear reactor having a generating capacity between 1 and 90 megawatts. Now, the nuclear industry frequently defines advanced nuclear resources to be up to 300 megawatts. And I chose 90 for the purposes of this bill, mostly to get a conversation started. It could even be potentially as low as 30 for the upper limit, or it could go up to 300. That's a detail and a decision that we could make collectively as a committee. So that's what the first section of the bill does, is it inserts the definition of advanced nuclear resources into statute. Section 2 of the bill, restructuring policy principles, which is lines 5 through 30 on page 1, and lines 1 through 18 on page 2. This is actually unnecessary text that doesn't actually need to be in this bill. And so I'm going to state on the record now that I am in favor of removing via amendment that portion of this legislation once we decide whether or not we're going to adopt it. So the essence of the bill then starts on page 2, line 19, section 3. And this is the section that I described as enabling New Hampshire utilities to invest in advanced nuclear resources. And this follows the model of the existing statute that enables the investments in distributed energy resources, which typically means solar or wind or hydro. So the key wording here is that text that starts on line 22 and is in bold and allows 15% for advanced nuclear resources as defined in RSA 374F2, which we defined at the very beginning of the legislation. This 15% limit is also a starting point for discussion. And then in line 26, this is a line that talks about the, in section 2, line 22 talks about an individual project. In line 26 in section 3 talks about cumulative projects owned by a single utility. And 8% in that line is also a starting point for discussion. And then the fourth section of the bill is just a assignment of duties to the coordinator of nuclear development and regulatory activities, which is an existing House statutory position. And it just, this text just gives to that office additional duties with regard to nuclear activities in New Hampshire and surrounding states. And the new text, the text on the bottom of page 2 is existing text, and then the new text on the top of page 3 is the text that the bill adds to include the management of funding and oversight of nuclear incentive programs, such as those described in RSA 374G4, which is the text that was modified on the previous page, as well as outreach programs to inform and educate the public, particularly regarding safety. So that's what the bill does, and the purpose of the bill is to enable future activity for advanced nuclear resources. There probably isn't going to be any kind of immediate activity on the part of the state's utilities to jump on the bandwagon and start building advanced nuclear resources. It might be 10 years from now before anybody took advantage of this legislation. But that happened with the distributed energy resources. It took 15 or 20 years before somebody took advantage of this legislation. So it's enabling legislation, and it tells the world that New Hampshire is open for business when it comes to nuclear energy. It also ties in kind of neatly to the House resolution that we heard earlier today that wants to make the same declaration that New Hampshire wants to be involved in nuclear activity going forward. We've all heard the talk about the growth of data centers and the promise of the explosive growth of AI, all of which is going to be extremely power hungry. And the likelihood is that it will require some kind of nuclear energy to meet those growing energy demands. So to enable New Hampshire to get in on the ground floor of some of that activity is why I introduced this bill, and why I think it's important for us to move forward to show that we're ready when the time comes to take advantage of advanced nuclear resources. And with that, I'd be happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Representative O's excellent testimony on an issue that we all know is coming, and we welcome all the messaging we can get to tell New Hampshire investors that we're open for business. Questions? I'll start with Representative Wendy Thomas.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I'm shocked. So on page 2, just a clarification on line 34, you talk about the coordinator of nuclear development. Where does that position lie? Is it under the Department of Energy, or is it within PUC, or where does that coordinator live?
It is the Department of Energy. I believe it's the Office of Energy Innovation.
Okay.
But the DOE is here. They can clarify that.
Okay, thank
If
you.
I'm wrong.
Representative Bernardi.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So if I am understanding this right, you are, in this draft anyway, limiting the size of a reactor to 90 megawatts and the utilities ownership to no more than 15%. So that would be a maximum of 13.5 megawatts of size that they could have their hands around. Is that correct?
So the first part of your question was about the definition, limiting the size to 90 megawatts. As I said in my introduction,
Negotiable.
that number is up for debate. And I think we should have that debate and decide what the best number is. The second part of your question was about the 15% number on line 22 on page 2. That relates to the utilities total distribution peak load in megawatts. That could be up, 15% of that could be provided by advanced nuclear resources. So the utilities total distribution peak load depends on the utility. The bigger the utility, the bigger
Okay. All
the
right.
peak load.
Thank you.
Representative McGee.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, and thank you, Mr. Chairman, for taking my question. So as many of you know, I'm married to a PhD nuclear engineer, and one of the things that he has mentioned to me over time is that an issue with the smaller reactors and microreactors is the cost to implement them, that it's not cost effective. So I just did a quick search here, and it says that a 90 megawatt scale nuclear reactor, an SMR, would cost anywhere between 300 million and 900 million to build, and then the cost per kilowatt would be ranging from 3,000 to 5,000 per kilowatt. So my question is, I understand the aim of the bill, but it does two things that concern me. It undoes 374 in terms of its attempts to deregulate and take the utilities out of the generation market, and it kind of reverses that by asking them to get back in a major way to generation. But it also puts the ratepayers on the hook for what could be really exorbitant costs. So if we're worried about little costs like paying for energy efficiency and renewable energy fund and that kind of thing, we're cutting things like that. This would be very counterproductive in terms of what people would be on the,
Is there a question?
what's the right thing? People would be on the hook for a substantial amount of money, and they wouldn't be able to get away from it because they'd be able to be reimbursed, right? I mean, that's what I'm asking. I'm just saying the cost piece of it seems like it's not a good thing to enable.
Yes, I'm just waiting for you to finish before I responded.
I really
You're-
appreciate that.
You're absolutely right that the cost estimates for these reactors today are very high. But as we discussed when we talked about HCR4, we're on the cusp of a significant revolution in small modular reactors. And as they get built in larger and larger numbers, we're going to see the costs come down. And then there are companies like StarCube, which are building very small reactors in the 1 to 5 megawatt range, which are much less expensive than the ones that you cited. probably still too expensive to make a difference right now, but eventually those costs have the potential to come down. And what I'd like to see, and I think a lot of people in New Hampshire would like to see, is that when those costs do get into the range of feasibility, that we're ready to move and adopt that technology as quickly as possible.
Yes, Representative McGee, let's play a little game here. Let's play Jeopardy and put your answer in the form of a question.
I find that so difficult, but I will try. So the question is, does it make sense for us to pass a bill that allows the utilities to go back into owning generation when we spent so much time eliminating that ability on the ratepayer dime?
Well, we allow it for distributed energy resources, so I adopted that model for this legislation. If it's good for distributed energy resources, why shouldn't it be good for advanced nuclear resources? It seems to me that they're both equally valid resources. They're both clean energy technologies. So if it's good enough to do it for DERs, it's good enough to do it for ANRs, I think.
Representative Harrington.
Yeah, I just a little back of the envelope calculation. It looks like to me the 15% of the total distribution peak would be somewhere in the vicinity of about 300 megawatts. So we're talking about a substantial amount of purchase that would be able here. And my understanding is it would be in no larger than 90 megawatt blocks, though, because that would be the maximum size that would qualify, would be 90 megawatts. So are we talking about reversing restructuring and going back to the old way where the ratepayers take the risk rather than the stockholders? And if you're saying the price is going to come down because these are going to be many of these are going to be built, then why do we need to go back to the ratepayers taking the risk and let the stockholders do it? If someone wants to invest in these, when the price becomes affordable, they'll invest in it. We don't need to have the utilities or the ratepayers funding the utilities again as a backstop.
And I'm not advocating that. The PUC in the docket that Unitil brought forward to recover its costs for developing its 5 megawatt DER facility in Kingston had to justify those costs as being just and reasonable to ratepayers. And so any project brought forward under this legislation would also have to go before the PUC and be justified as just and reasonable before it could go forward. So if, as you say, this turns out to be extremely expensive, then the PUC will say no and not allow it to be built or
Follow up.
cost recovered.
Follow up?
Follow up.
I just may add that most of the costs from Seabrook were declared just and reasonable too. And you look what that got us. I just think this is a major change that we ought to give a lot of thought to before we do it.
Seeing no other questions. Thank you, Representative. Good testimony. Next, I'll call up to the desk Ms. Megan Stone from the Department of Energy.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. My name is Megan Stone, Legislative Liaison with the Department of Energy, and I'm joined here by Matt Young, an attorney with the department. So the department is neutral on House Bill 710, and the department appreciates the sponsors and the legislature's intent to show that New Hampshire is open for business to advance nuclear and other resources. This bill is the latest effort of many that show how seriously the committee is taking resource adequacy challenges that face New England. As introduced, the department has 2 points that we would just like to bring to the committee's attention. House Bill 710 includes ANR options alongside renewable energy sources for utilities in RSA 374 F2. the restructuring statute. The department would like to urge thoughtfulness regarding adding exceptions to the statute. Should more be added, the department would ask the committee to consider whether this moves away from the original intent of restructuring. And the department believes also that there could be a risk of stranded costs should these structures be built. The department believes there is a risk that all payers could end up on the hook for this. The department is not opposed to the idea proposed by House Bill 710. However, the bill represents a very significant change, and the department believes taking a methodical, holistic approach could add value. Whether that is through a department-led investigation into ANR's, a study committee, or another mechanism further thought to ensure it is done correctly and to protect ratepayers in the future. New Hampshire should not just lead the way, but also set a good example for the rest of New England on how to get energy policy done right. And also, I believe that there was a question earlier about the nuclear coordinator position that is under the department. It's currently under the Office of Offshore Wind Industry and Energy Innovation.
Thank you. Questions for the department? Representative Harrington.
Yeah, just a quick one on the nuclear development regulatory, or whatever that coordinator is called. Is that an existing position, or are you planning on hire, if this was passed, would you hire a new person to fill that?
It is existing. It's existing right now.
Okay.
Yes.
Representative McGee has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My question goes to your first point, I believe, in that you asked us to take caution in making changes, I guess, to 374F, because it looks like it's moving from its original intent. Could you talk a little more about the intent that you're concerned about preserving?
Thank you for the question. Again, Matt Young for the record. The intent of the restructuring policy principles that are included in the statute was to divest utilities from generation. And then obviously 374G represents a sort of a carve out, I guess, to that. So any expansion of that 374G language or projects that could be included within that framework could be viewed as sort of diverging from that divestiture goal of restructuring.
Thank you.
Additional questions, Representative Kaplan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thanks for coming in today. I have a similar question, and that is concerning the issue you raised with stranded costs and some of the concerns you might have about stranded costs, because we know that is an issue that has plagued previous iterations of nuclear energy in our state and elsewhere. So could you talk a little bit more about specifically what would lead to those kind of stranded costs in this with these sorts of nuclear installations?
So if under the 374G framework, these projects are approved in a two-phase approach. So first, the utilities request for authorization from the Public Utilities Commission to kind of get underway with these projects, and they find that whether they're in the public interest. And then phase two of that, once they're built, the utilities come in and will present all their costs in a rate case, and those costs are determined whether to be prudent or not in that second phase. I hope that answers your question.
Follow up?
Go ahead.
I was hoping to get more specificity around what leads to those stranded cost issues. Why would a utility or any operator of a nuclear installation come in that second phase and claim stranded costs? What would those stranded costs consist of?
I think the utilities could speak to what could become a stranded cost. I think what would end up becoming stranded costs are any costs deemed imprudent. The utilities would have to cover those. I hope that answers the question.
Representative McGee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. So my question would be where the authority rests for nuclear power currently coming into the state? Because I think when Seabrook came, it was really a federal project and there might have been siting concerns and local coordination. But does the Public Utilities Commission, under existing New Hampshire statute, currently have oversight for nuclear power in any way? Or would that be something that would need to be rectified? Because I don't think it's in their purview, is it?
There's certainly federal regulations and federal oversight. I'm not entirely clear. I'd have to go back and check on the site evaluation committee and exact purviews there, but
Follow up?
So then without changes to statute, it may be true that they wouldn't have any statutory oversight for something like nuclear power coming into the state, correct?
I'd have to go back and look at the statutes. I'm just not clear.
Further questions? Representative Harrington.
Yeah, just to follow up to that question, this is kind of like piggybacking on the distributed electricity that we already allowed the utilities to buy, i.e. the 5 megawatt plant down in Kingston, I guess. So whatever regulations there that the PUC possessed in order to economically regulate a plant, it wouldn't make any difference whether it was under that provision or it was under this new advanced nuclear provision, correct? I think the provisions are already in, the financial regulation is already in the bill, or in the law.
Could you say that a different way, maybe? I'm not sure if I
The-
followed. I'm sorry.
Right now, the law says you can build distributed generation or renewable generation up to 6% of the utility's total distribution peak. And someone had stated earlier that that project that's being currently built would have to go through the PUC, and they'd have to show that the costs were just and reasonable. What we've done under this bill is to expand that to include these advanced nuclear reactors. So am I correct in assuming that whatever economic regulation that would apply, that already is in the law for the distributed generation, would now apply to advanced nuclear reactors, and in fact, the PUC would have financial regulatory authority?
So 374G does include considerations and factors that the commission does have to consider when approving these projects. And those would apply under this legislation to, I guess, any A&R projects.
Okay, thank you.
Further questions? Seeing none, want to thank you two for being here. Next, we'll call up Molly Connors from the New England Power Generators Association. I think I recognize you. Haven't I seen you here before?
Becoming a frequent flyer. Thank you all. It's nice to see you all again. For the record, Molly Connors with NEPCA, the New England Power Generators Association. As a reminder, we represent the non-utility owned generating facilities in the region. Region-wide, we represent about 27,000 megawatts of generating capacity, and in New Hampshire, about 4,300 megawatts of generating capacity. First off, we want to underscore that we understand that consumers in New Hampshire and in the region throughout New England are struggling with costs right now. And we also know that there is growing concern regarding reliability and the resource mix in the region. Our concern is that House Bill 710 may very well exacerbate these issues and not alleviate them. And we say this recognizing the really exciting possibilities and potential that advanced nuclear offers, and we understand the excitement that some people have about it. However, House Bill 710 would put New Hampshire's consumers at great risk for cost overruns. This is an emerging technology, and again, one that shows great promise, but it's a technology that currently would cost far more than what we see in wholesale electricity markets. And the risk associated with whether or not you should take the risk to invest in it anyway really belongs with private investors who do this all the time and have that level of sophistication. That risk belongs with them, not with captive ratepayers. It's really private investors that should take on the risks, not the ratepayers. And allowing utilities to take on this risk on behalf of their customers has the unintended consequence, I think, of discouraging private investment. Why would you want to take on the risk to develop one of these if you know that the local utility has that edge on you in terms of their financing? And we also think it's a good moment to remember that some of the consistent core goals of the Department of Energy State Energy Strategy say that government intervention in energy markets should be limited, justifiable, and technology neutral. They should support a robust market selection of cost-effective energy solutions, and they should generate in-state economic activity without reliance on permanent subsidization of energy. We think that there's wisdom in these goals. We support these goals. We share these goals. And we think that utility ownership of advanced nuclear power is in conflict with these goals. But recognizing the great excitement, again, that people have regarding this resource, we encourage New Hampshire maybe to revisit this policy in a few years. There are groups in other parts of the country and in Canada that are looking to do some pilot projects with this. Maybe you can let them go first and learn from any mistakes and lessons learned. I appreciate your time and can answer any questions.
Okay, questions for Ms. Connors? Representative Corman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Ms. Connors. Always good to see you. You mentioned reliability. You had concern about reliability, but I didn't hear you expand on that. So this is your opportunity.
Oh, I've been following this committee for quite some time, and I've been in some of your hearings where people say they're worried about where the resource mix is going. We've made some comments along those lines too, that we're seeing a number of power plants that we rely on during peak hours, ones that have stored fuel, for example, that are retiring, and we're seeing that the emergence of their replacements are not coming online as quickly because of siting issues and financing issues. So we see a lot of power plants retiring, but we don't see new power plants coming on as quickly. And there are a myriad of issues around it, but I think that's really at the core of, I think, what people, I know when I think about reliability, that's one of the things I think about. But I think also people have other concerns, but more at the distribution level, like storm resilience and things like that.
Follow up.
Thank you. I'm sorry, I still don't understand what that has to do with utilities owning advanced nuclear.
Oh, and so what I'm trying to say is I focused on the cost overruns largely because I represent generators that live and die in the markets. And so that's why I focused on the markets and the financial aspect. If you want private investors, to the reliability question, if you want to have private investors putting their private capital into New Hampshire and New England, they should feel like there is a level playing field. And if you allow utility ownership, that could undermine some of that confidence. Why would you put all that money on the line if you know that another utility could do that and have a very steady revenue stream?
Additional questions? Seeing none, thank you, Ms. Connors.
All right, thank you.
Next up will be Michael Licata from Eversource. Thank you.
Good afternoon. For the record, Michael Licata representing Eversource Energy. Thank you for the opportunity to testify before you this afternoon. Just want to share a few thoughts and comments on the bill. First and foremost, we definitely appreciate the sponsor's goal to look at creative options to develop additional energy resources. It's been long discussed. Projections of increased load due to electrification, as well as data centers driven by artificial intelligence, driving the need for additional resources to meet that projected growth. Just want to say straight off that Eversource has no plans to develop nuclear generation, but we do support, certainly, as you've heard me testify in the past, efforts by the state to increase energy supply and improve affordability. As I think the committee is well aware, small modular reactor technology is at its very early stages of commercialization. And certainly there's a long way to go before any of these generation resources would be come down in cost to a point where it would be make sense for a utility to do an investment in them. As has been pointed out, I would just say that any development by a utility to use the authority under this bill would have to get approval of the Public Utilities Commission under the 374G process, which, as noted previously, is a rather high bar, and only one utility has been successful in utilizing that authority to date. And as has been pointed out by the Department of Energy, that's somewhat of a pre-authorization. Then the project would have to be constructed, and the utility would have to come back to the Public Utilities Commission to seek cost recovery of the costs associated with that construction. And presumably, if there is a delta between the estimated costs prior to construction and the actual built costs, those would be costs that are at risk of being found to be imprudent. The real thrust of my testimony was to recommend, if the committee is moving forward with this bill, to strike Section 2 of the bill that would require utilities to offer advanced nuclear rate options. But I did hear the bill sponsor say that he intends to bring forth an amendment to do that. We think that that would be very helpful. Advanced nuclear options are certainly different than renewable options in terms of how utilities would be able to comply and procure that. With that, I'd be happy to answer any questions the committee may have.
Questions for Mr. Licata? Representative Corman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Licata. So if the actual costs then exceed those projected costs, and the PUC doesn't approve those higher than expected costs, does that then become a stranded cost?
No, that would be the utility is at risk for disallowance of those costs. They would be found imprudent, and the shareholders would have to make up that difference. Essentially, the PUC would not be approving the cost recovery of those incurred expenses.
Representative McGee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Licata. My question is around the changes that would sort of backtrack a bit on the deregulation and the removal of utilities participating in the generation market. So the question basically is what kind of an effect you think it would have on the competitive supply market, which I think is just sort of starting to get to a place where competition is actually playing in the region. If the utilities were allowed to invest in more expensive forms of energy and recover those monies or a good portion of them from the ratepayer, what kind of an effect do you think that would have on the competitive market, which we were trying to initiate when we passed deregulation?
Sure. I think it would depend on how the utility would utilize the output of the generation. And certainly when you had mentioned that it would be very expensive, I think a prudent utility would not propose something that would be more expensive, and a functioning Public Utilities Commission would not approve the cost recovery if it was uneconomic. But in terms of how it might impact the competitive market, if the utility were to construct this, they could use the output to serve their customers, or they could use the output to simply bid into the competitive market, and then customers would receive the benefit of the revenues of those sales. So it depends on how the utility were to structure that. And as was discussed on your bill, Representative, you know that the impacts of utility investments in distributed energy resources is one criteria that the commission has to consider when evaluating whether to approve these investments.
Follow up.
The follow-up question would just be, then where would we be in terms of deregulation if we did this? Because I think the exception that currently exists in law that's referenced in this bill where renewable generation resides, saying that there's a benefit to having people adding local sustainable energy, which also has no cost as it goes forward in terms of the generation itself, right? So it provides a lower impact on costs. what does it do? I guess I'm just trying to figure out what it does to our attempt at deregulation. It was the same point that the DOE brought up, right? They said this will kind of undo the purpose of the regulation, which is to deregulate the utilities from participating in large-scale generation, I'll say.
Yeah, certainly efforts and initiatives to allow utility ownership of generation is a step back from full electric restructuring. I think that's just a fair statement.
Thank you.
Representative Harrington.
Thank you. Thank you for taking my question. There's been a lot of discussion here about relative risk, and you were saying that if utility went to the PUC and the costs weren't just and reasonable, that they wouldn't be reimbursed for those costs, which of course is true. But I think it's a little different with, and let me cite for an example. Let's say there's two projects being built. They're both SMRs. And for whatever crazy reason, a small plane crashes into the construction project in both of them. Totally beyond the control of either the independent builder or the utility building. Now, the independent builder is going to eat 100% of the cost unless they have insurance for small plane crashes, which I doubt they would. On the other hand, if the utility was in that situation, they could go to the PUC and said, this was totally beyond our control. We had no problem. We had no way of knowing this was going to happen, and we should be reimbursed for those costs. Isn't that the way the difference in risk is? It's kind of an extreme example, but
So under that very hypothetical situation, I think it's the utility can try to recover those costs. Obviously, we have a anti-quip law in New Hampshire that I think would make it difficult for the utility to do so. But, I can't speak for the details of, that level of hypothetical.
yeah, this would be after the fact it was built. I'm not talking about quick. It would be after the fact when they're making the case. My point is I'm trying to get is that at least there is a process where the utility could go and maybe recover some of their costs, where the independent builder of the generation would have no option whatsoever. They would just have to eat the costs. Isn't that correct?
I think that's fair. The utility would likely seek to recover those costs.
Representative Wendy Thomas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you for being here. So far, we've done a dance between PUC, DOE, State of New Hampshire, and the utilities for development of projects. No one has mentioned FERC yet. FERC, no nuclear project can be developed without FERC saying so. So how would you imagine FERC and NRC? Oh, I'm sorry, NRC. Yeah. How would you imagine they play into this dance?
So very much appreciate the question, and I'll do my best to respond, with the asterisks that I'm not a subject matter expert. However, I think what this bill is dealing with is essentially the cost recovery through, as a regulated public utility, of the construction of a plant, where entities like FERC, the NRC, would be involved in the licensing. If there's interstate commerce involved, a transmission play here, FERC would be involved. But really, this bill is focused on cost recovery of construction and then the treatment of the electric output, where there are other state entities like the Site Evaluation Committee and federal entities that would govern the construction and operation of the hypothetical small modular nuclear reactor.
Thank you.
Further questions?
Thank you.
Seeing none, we'll give the last word to Nick Krakoff of the Conservation Law Foundation.
Hey, good afternoon. Again, I'm Nick Krakoff with the Conservation Law Foundation. Appreciate being here today. Conservation Law Foundation is neutral on this bill, but I'm here today to offer some suggestions on possible improvements to the bill. I've handed out written comments which provide more detail about what I'm going to talk about. Now, advanced nuclear, it may present opportunities for the state, but allowing utility ownership of advanced nuclear is a fairly large departure from the state's restructuring law. The overall purpose of the restructuring law was to reduce costs for consumers by harnessing competitive markets. And pursuant to the restructuring laws, as has been mentioned, the utilities sold off their generation assets. And as has also been pointed out, there are currently only narrow exceptions under the state's public utility laws. The restructuring law's preclusion of utility ownership of generation facilities, including for DER, as we've talked about. Now, that exception is much narrower than what we're talking about here. So for DER, 5 megawatts, 6% of a utility's cumulative load. This is, particularly for the facility size, this is much bigger. So 90 megawatts and 15% of utility's cumulative load. So it's a much larger exception to the restructuring law in that sense. And it also creates a much bigger risk for ratepayers. As has been pointed out, a utility would seek to rate base those costs for a nuclear facility, recover those costs from a ratepayer or from the ratepayers, which would create substantial risks for ratepayers. And this is particularly a big concern given that we don't know what A&R will cost at this point in time. So a couple thoughts on ways to improve the bill. First off, I think it would be better to reduce the size that's in the bill, the 90 megawatt facility and 15% cumulative load thresholds that are in the bill, to make them more in line with the current exceptions for DER. And then another thing I want to point out is that the bill is very explicit in amending RSA 374 G4, but it does not, in its current draft, amend RSA 374 G5, which includes that the criteria for PUC approval of DER. Under the current law, under G5, that just says DER. So the bill really should amend RSA 374 G5 as well to make sure that those criteria apply to A&R. But I also want to suggest an even better approach to utility ownership, which would be utility procurement of advanced nuclear resources. So already under RSA 374 F11, utilities are permitted to issue requests for proposals to procure energy from various sources, as long as it's new or incremental. And I think even under that existing language, that would apply to advanced nuclear. So, as I read the current law already, the utilities can issue an RFP, which would include resources from advanced nuclear, and then relying on utility procurements instead of utility ownership. That would really accomplish many of the same purposes of this bill, but substantially reduce risks to ratepayers. So that's really something for the committee to consider here. And I think you could accomplish that with very, very minimal, if any, amendments to RSA 374 F11, the procurement statute. And in some, I recommend passes the bill only if some of these changes are made. And happy to take any of your questions today. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Questions, Representative McGee.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Krakoff, for taking my question. So you've come up with a sort of a workaround, which addresses my earlier question about putting the utilities back in the generation business, right? So that would be a way for them to procure available energy or make people aware that they would be willing to procure that energy. So it might solve the same problem, but it would not put the ratepayers at risk. Is that what you're
Yeah, correct. There'd be substantially less risk. There's some risk to the procurement because you basically have a long-term contract saying we're going to purchase energy for X number of years. And so that does create some risk, but you don't have the same level of risk as you do with ownership, which, if there's cost overruns, basically ratepayers are on the hook for that. Yeah.
Appreciate it.
Representative Harrington has a question.
Yeah, just follow up on that issue. Let's just say, for whatever reason, somehow it's 10 years from now and someone builds a nuclear reactor, a new one in New Hampshire, SMR at 150 megawatts. Is there anything in the law that would prohibit any New Hampshire utilities from negotiating a PPA with that particular company if indeed it was a good deal and they could bring it to the PUC and the PUC approved it?
I don't think so. I think RSA 374 F11 allows that, provides that authority. I would note that with that existing statute, it's set to sunset in June of this year. So you may wish to amend that, push that date out. But generally procurements have been allowed in the past, and that's something that many utilities do in other states.
Okay, follow up.
Follow up.
Yeah, I guess my point I'm going to try to get across here, whether it was a gas-fired plant, a offshore wind plant, onshore wind, or a nuclear plant, the utility has the ability to go out and negotiate a PPA that's in the best interest of their customers, and they don't need any additional legislation to do that, do they?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Wendy Thomas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for being here. Okay, I'm going to try to set up this scenario. If utilities are allowed to procure their energy from these nuclear facilities, might that lead to many large nuclear facilities located in New Hampshire for profit, obviously? And if so, are there any concerns about the number of nuclear facilities that could result because of this? Should there be restrictions or something like that?
Are you saying that this is going to encourage more advanced nuclear facilities being sited here? Is that the question?
That's my concern.
That's your concern?
Yes.
I certainly think, it could happen at some point. As Eversource has said, they don't have any plans to develop advanced nuclear at this point in time. But I think, depending on circumstances, there could be an effort to site more ANR here in the future. Sure.
Thank you.
Okay, seeing no further questions, I want to thank you, Mr. Kreekhoff. And I'm going to close the public hearing on HB 710 FN. And immediately we'll open a public hearing on HB 764 FN. And I'll call Representative Kelly Potenza to introduce this legislation to us.
A question for the chair, if I could.
Yes, Representative Partial.
Thank you so much. We have numbers for the online testimony submissions on that last bill.
I'll ask Representative Ploget if he could get those.
Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, Representative Potenza. Welcome back.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. For the record, Representative Kelly Potenza, Stratford District 19. I'm here today to introduce HB 764. I hope you've all received the amendment. I put this amendment in, I don't know, a week and a half, 2 weeks ago after I saw the fiscal note that came back. So that it has literally, the bill has changed, so it has cut out that entire portion of the bill, which makes this definitely easier and more palatable to everyone. We had a bill that was introduced, I was a co-sponsor of, last session, and it was very extensive. This bill is pretty much quite simple. It does a couple different things. So currently, which you should have received this as well, Chapter 12F, which is current statute, has a weather modification experimentation statute. It's called 12F. So it repeals 12F, and it puts the most important part of 12F, which Representative Judy Aaron had done an amendment to in 2021, and it puts it into its own
kind of part of this bill where it actually prohibits geoengineering in case of course, there was severe drought, and then there would be, a declaration of a national emergency or a statewide emergency, and then, of course, the governor would have access to be able to do that if we were in that severe. And it gives all the steps, which are similar to kind of what's in this Chapter 12F about what would take place if we did fall into a severe drought and we needed to have cloud seeding efforts in New Hampshire. The other part of the bill is basically prohibiting geoengineering, weather modification, the terms SAI and SRM, which is solar radiation modification, and stratospheric aerosol injection, and that we're banning, in a sense, or prohibiting those in New Hampshire. Last year, I gave unbelievable amounts of follow-up testimony, a 12-page document that took me hundreds of hours going back. I only went actually back to 1965. I could have gone back to the 1930s, that talked about all different levels of administrations that have been involved in this, how it's been a global effort from the UN to, the weather enterprise and all of this. And so just so we could have some background on this whole topic. Folks in New Hampshire have not consented to this. And the piece of the bill here where it has a involvement of DES now would be, and I can show you the document that has about 35 different federal agencies that would be notified. And I have all of the background facts from all the different government websites. But these are all of the ones right now. It's online on the amendment page 2, line 30, all the way to line 37. And then on page 3, line 1 to line 17, that would be contacted if this bill is fortunate enough to make it to the end, and that they would be contacted that New Hampshire prohibits this type of weather modification. And that's pretty much the whole bill at this point. There really shouldn't be a fiscal note on it because of the amendment. And part of there was a concern about the cloud seeding piece, and that was the biggest concern that I received from fellow representatives, fellow co-sponsors of the bill. And so we took care of that specifically in all of the text here in regards if there was any sort of state emergency. And I'm open up for any questions.
Thank you, Representative, for introducing that legislation. Questions for Representative Potentia? Representative Harrington.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. I'm looking on page 2 of the bill on line 29. Maybe I'm just missing something here, but it says, and the penalties for violating such prohibitions. Where do I find the penalties?
There's no penalties. Do you have the amendment?
I have the amendment, page 2, line 29, starts geoengineering is prohibited and the penalties for violating such prohibitions. And I'm trying to find where the penalties are in the bill.
I don't have.
Line 29, page 2.
Oh, page 2.
Yeah, right before it starts listing all the agencies.
That's just a mistake from OLS that it just needs to be wiped out of there. There are no penalties. So
All right, so that goes out.
that's they removed everything that was in front of that, so that's why.
Okay. All right, thank you.
She just that would be taken out. So basically, it should read: the Commissioner of the Department of Environmental Services shall, within 30 days of the effective date of this section, provide notice to the following entities that geoengineering is prohibited in New Hampshire. Bam. And then it would go 30 to 37, and then on page 3, 1 to 17.
Okay, further questions? Well, seeing none, I guess I'll thank you for
Chair.
introducing this Representative Ploget.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Representative Potenza. Reading this over, it says the state, well, you already read it. Concerning these alleged chemicals, dispersions of materials, all you're asking or telling, I gotta put this in a question. What benefit would it have to us if it's being done now to allow these chemicals or any chemicals to be dispersed? What is a positive reason?
There's actually no positive reason, and if this committee would like, because of course there's new representatives on this committee, I'd be happy to submit the 12-page document that I had put together. I could cut out specifically those chemicals from, and I can read them off here, that cause a lot of problems, respiratory problems. So from aluminum to sulfur oxide, there's a whole slew of them that cause some problems. We have had some private citizens, and I've received, that have done this on their own, and where they have tested the rainwater in local labs for some of these entities that wouldn't be from acid rain. And so a gentleman in Salem and a gentleman up north. So, but those of course are anecdotal or whatever. But, and I also should also say that Tennessee has passed similar legislation, and they did that last year, as well as Florida is very close right now to passing the same thing.
Okay, further questions? Representative McGee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Representative Potenza, for coming back with an improved bill. And it looks like you've, tried to work through all the issues. My question has to do with, there's a number of references to the Department of Environmental Services, and I see a representative from DES here today. Did you speak with DES about any of the conclusions that you've made here, or any of the activities that you will be asking them to undertake during the research for the bill?
I have, and he's here. He has the amended version of it. Their concern was, when it was in its previous version, was the tracking or the tracing and all of that. And of course, a big, huge line item monetarily as well. So that has all been removed. It's very easy for the department to send a certified letter to those government agencies. And that's all we're asking for at this point, is a notice. A notice basically saying New Hampshire has passed this law.
Follow up?
Mm-hmm.
Follow up.
I think he has to approve the follow-up, but thank you. So on page 2, section 3, line 15, it says the Department of Environmental Services shall maintain oversight of all cloud seeding activities to ensure compliance with regulations and to assess the effectiveness of cloud seeding operations. That sounds like more than just sending a letter. It sounds like they actually have to have.
No, that has to do with if there's an emergency and cloud seeding is necessary.
Okay.
That doesn't have anything to do. That has to do with basically taking 12F and putting it into the declared state of emergency if there's a catastrophic drought. That has everything to do with that, which they would be part of if we needed to have cloud seeding. That doesn't have anything to do with the
So that
prohibition.
That line I'm referring to is section 3, and that you're saying that that's under a state of emergency piece?
Yes,
That's the section.
if you read 125C23, exception for cloud seeding weather modification in
On
case
line 1.
of catastrophic
yeah.
drought, you have 1, A, B, C, and D, 2, and then you have 3.
Okay. I'm with you.
Okay, cool.
Okay, additional questions? Vice Chair Thomas has one.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. So just to be clear, as I'm reading through your amendment, it appears that because of what's on the first page of starting on line 30, that the amendment basically says there will be no geoengineering activities weather modification, cloud seeding, aerosol injection, none whatsoever. Not that you're asking for permission or anything, it just says there'll be none, and the only exception would be if it's a catastrophic drought declared by the governor by way of several state agencies. Is that the intent of this amendment?
Yes.
Follow up?
Follow up?
And so this basically says that there's no notification. This is not saying first you have to notify us or first you have to get a permit or anything like that. It's a straight, there is no other option. The state would have no choice if this amendment was to pass like this, correct?
Correct, but no one ever consented to weather modification experimentation in Section 12F. And if that's something that the state wants to do, I mean, our Constitution, our New Hampshire Constitution, as well as our U.S. Constitution, is very clear that you need to have consent of the people before you're experimenting anything on them. And we never gave that kind of consent. So in regards with exemption for cloud seeding in a case of a catastrophic drought, as you can see, that would be in an extreme circumstance, and there is notification to all of, the entire state, all of the constituents, as well as then it's monitored, of course, from the Department of Environmental Services. You have to give consent before you decide you're doing any sort of experimentation on anyone.
Just want to be clear. Thanks.
Additional questions? Representative Harrington.
Yeah, I just wanted to follow up on this because as I read this now, and maybe I'm missing something, but it gives the prohibition there on the bottom of page 1 on line 30. No person shall engage in, so forth, and so on. So let's say I observe someone engaging in this, or I take some test and I see, oh, there's somebody depositing something out of the sky. I collect samples, find out it's somehow qualifies under this as being illegal. There apparently then is nothing I can do about it. I just say I've documented illegal working happenings, but there's no recourse. So I don't understand what it accomplishes.
Well, it actually accomplishes a lot. So first, we are repealing something that gave a state authority when they never had the authority because they never had consent of the people. So that's very important. And two, in the new administration, in the federal administration, there's been a lot of discussion about this. There's been a ton of media about it. We're most likely going to see an executive order about this coming down the pike. These are federal agencies, NGOs, that it's very hard to control. So the bill that I proposed, or that was proposed last session, tried to get a way we could track and people could put in complaints and all of that. And there just isn't a pathway. And there isn't a pathway for DES to do it because it'll cost $1 million. So this is step one. This is basically repealing something that we never consented to, saying that and it's exactly the same bill, just so you know, in Tennessee. There's no enforcement mechanism. It pretty much makes the statement that it's not allowed in our state. And so that's where we're basically putting the stake in the ground and we're saying that it's not allowed. And all of those agencies are going to get notified that are known to do weather modification, geoengineering, SAI, SRM. And it's step one. And because of what's going to be happening, I believe, within the next 2 months on the federal side, I think it would be really good for New Hampshire to have this in place, to say we don't consent.
Representative Wendy Thomas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you for presenting this bill. I just am trying to figure out the timeline on page 2 here. So cloud seeding is allowed if the governor establishes a state of emergency. And then on line 12, it says prior to cloud seeding, you have to do this whole thorough environmental review. Doesn't that defeat declaring a state of emergency? So So is it the state of emergency and then we go to a review, or are they doing a constant review prior to declaring a state of emergency? Thank you.
So I would have to say that this was done with the lawyer in OLS and it was specific. So for example, there's a catastrophic drought. It's not as if cloud seeding would happen within, 2 days from that. The governor is not a scientist, doesn't work for the Department of Environmental Services, is not a hydrogeologist or any of those things. So they would put forward an emergency saying that we need cloud seeding. And then, of course, the department would have to be able to provide the data. This basically is telling the people the state shall conduct a thorough environmental review, assessing potential risks and benefits, and ensuring that the activities will not result in harm to the environment, public health, or wildlife. That's part of it. So the state of emergency for a catastrophic drought and saying that the governor believes that cloud seeding is necessary, there still has to be steps that would take place. It's just like anything else. It's not as if, okay, take out the planes, it's going to happen tomorrow. So this is just, it's basically an approach that involves not only the entity of the stakeholders of the state, the Department of Environmental Services, but also the consent of the people.
Thank you.
Further questions? Representative Kaplan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Representative Potenza, for bringing this bill. I just have a concern about the kind of the implicit notion behind this that somehow the clouds in New Hampshire just stay right above us. What if this concept caught on and say the state of Vermont or the state of Maine declares an emergency drought and they want to seed their clouds, but the clouds are coming from the south or they're coming from the east? They would have to fly over the state of New Hampshire to seed their clouds. Or I mean, is that not a problem that you can foresee?
Maybe I don't know. Most of the time when cloud seeding is happening, it's not necessarily. So if you ever watched a video of the planes that are doing that, they're not like following clouds and doing it like that. It's basically over a certain geographical area. I can send you a wonderful video that was done in Colorado that shows that. So it's specific around an area. It's not as if they're following the clouds. Basically, when the chemicals or whatever is released, it creates a cloud cover. It actually, and then clouds form around that, injection into the atmosphere.
Representative McGee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thank you, Representative Potenza, for indulging me. I went and looked up Chapter F12, which is our current statute on weather modification experimentation, which I know you're quite familiar with. And I guess what my concern is the statute that we have on the books for weather modification experimentation already talks about the departments and the state and the governor and the executive council being involved in any discussions around how to pay for or to undertake any type of weather modification that might require cooperation with the federal government, which is what we see in other states that we know have had cloud seeding programs, say to get rain for droughts, like out in California and that kind of thing. So Section 1 talks about that piece of sort of like who's involved. And these are all elected people, so it's not like people don't have any say because these are representatives. We have a representative government. But Section 2 says that 2 months prior to the presentation to the governor, executive council for engagement in experimental techniques, the department or agency of state participating in such engagement or experimentation shall do the following. And then they have public notice in at least 4 papers, which is similar to language that you have in your bill. So they're required to not only notify the public, they're also required to disclose to the public the chemical compounds and technologies that will be used in the proposed weather modification in the state and the effects of the programs or experimentations on human health, wildlife habitats that may be affected, and the sources of funding to perform such programs. So it sounds like the existing statute that you propose to eliminate actually has a lot of valuable things in it. It also says under C of that statute, solicit public input regarding the proposed weather modification program or experimentation. So I don't understand why you want to eliminate this statute and you think that this statute is preferable. Is it because it's a prohibition?
Actually, pretty much everything that's in that statute is in my amendment, because there's no consent in here. It's basically, and by the way, it's never happened. So if there has been any sort of experimentation that's happened, most people aren't even familiar with this statute. I have talked to my executive counselor, actually, and another executive counselor. They weren't even familiar with this at all. It was kind of just done and placed, and only Representative Aaron felt that she's the one that added those other notifications in there. They didn't have anything in there before, and that was in 2021. The piece that's missing is consent. And so any department or agency of the state may, with approval of the governor and council and within the limits of funds, blah, 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 basically says that you can do it. And that's where the prohibition is coming in because of that. So if there is a need for cloud seeding in the case of, and that's really the only piece of weather modification that would be something that is known. It's a known entity. It's been going on for decades, and then it's included in here. So yeah, we never consented to be guinea pigs for any sort of weather modification. That's why this needs to be removed. And all of those same things are in my bill.
Further questions? Representative Cloget.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you again. The question, banning experimentation, cloud seeding, any dispersion over New Hampshire, if it needs to be done, is not, I don't want to use opinion, is the other New England states' environment the same as New Hampshire, that they can do it there? It's not like they're stopping their experimentation, just not over New Hampshire.
Yeah, not every state, and I can, if the committee wants to have that, not every state has, we're the unlucky state that has a weather modification experimentation statute. I don't believe that Vermont does, but it really doesn't matter. Like I said, Tennessee passed it for Tennessee. Florida's about to pass it for Florida. If, Vermont wants to perform weather modification experiments or cloud seeding, or Maine or Massachusetts, they're welcome to do it. So this is basically just saying, leave New Hampshire be, and there's not any, all of the chemicals that are in every bit of these, the disbursements, they're not all by plane. They are by drone. They are by balloons. They also are by ships that eject them in there. And I mean, there's people that are on this committee that should remember. I mean, I sent you every bit of information. It's been going on for a very, very long time. There's lots of concerns internationally. Mexico actually banned this specifically because they were letting off balloons to block the sun. And so this isn't some made up thing. It's been going on for a long time. In the 1930s, they used it in the military to create, because they knew they could do that in wartime situations. And so we've had the technology for a long time. I don't know if you guys are familiar with chaff. You can actually see chaff on, meteorologists know this, but definitely out on the coast. So it's very familiar in California, for example, where it looks very different. So if you're looking at on a weather report and you can see the color, they know because it's got heavy metals in it, which is put on there. That's chaff is a military term. I put that in my documentation. So there's a lot of stuff that's not good. It's not good for the soil. It's not good for people. It's not good for respiratory things. It's not good for our environment. I'm on environment and agriculture. I wish this bill came to our committee because I think people are more aware of it there. I've been receiving messages from people all over the country. I have talked to reps in South Carolina, North Carolina, New York. All of these reps are putting in similar legislation. And like I said, the federal government right now is looking at this because they've really not paid attention to this, and there's a lot of people making a lot of money on just trying to either whether it be block the sun or create certain weather episodes, because everything goes into when we try to play God, everything goes into a certain thing. When you affect one thing, there's an effect, a trickle down effect or a trickle down effect for everything else. And that's why I believe that this is the way to do it. It won't be a cost to anyone in the state. And since, supposedly they haven't been doing weather modification experimentation because we haven't heard of it in regards with that, there should be no problem in passing this prohibition on it, especially since we know it's going to be coming from up top very soon in the next couple months.
Okay, further questions? Seeing none, thank you, Representative, for introducing this legislation. Let's hear next from New Hampshire DES. I'll call on Mike Fitzgerald. Good afternoon, Mr. Fitzgerald.
Members of the committee, Michael Fitzgerald, Assistant Director of the Air Resources Division, Department of Environmental Services. I want to thank Representative Potenza for reaching out to us this afternoon and providing us with a copy of the amendment. So I will address most of my remarks to the potential amendment, assuming that that's something that the committee is going to consider. We did provide a fiscal note on the original bill, and as Representative Potenza indicated, it would have required significant resources. So I have only had the amendment for an hour, and I've had 2 other hearings that I've been in, so I'm just beginning to absorb it. But it does seem, as Representative Potenza stated, to eliminate a significant amount of the effort and resources that would have been required of the department in the original bill. I do note that as was noted previously, page 2, line 12 does say the state shall conduct a thorough environmental review. I'm not sure who the state is, who would be responsible, but I assume that would be something that under this situation of emergency for allowing cloud seeding, that the governor would make some sort of designation. And I don't know what kind of resources would be necessary to do that, but it's not directed at our department specifically. So I'm just noting that. Section 3, again, I think it's rather unlikely. We don't see a lot of cloud seeding, to the best of my knowledge. Here, I'm not addressing the other aspects that Representative Potenza's bill and the amendment were addressing, but cloud seeding for weather modification, and specifically to address drought, we're not aware of. New Hampshire has been in serious drought conditions over the past several years, a number of times. There are specific requirements. I think it's in RSA 485, but I'm not the drought expert. That's our water division. I'm with the air division. There are some specific requirements for the governor in addressing drought emergencies and so on. So that should probably be looked at as well. As far as the notice of prohibition, I don't see, again, Representative Potenza stated correctly that it does not seem particularly burdensome or onerous to us. It's just a matter of drafting a letter and sending it out to the agencies required here. So I would note that this is an issue that is of concern to many citizens. We do get a lot of complaints. We do get a lot of calls and concerns. And again, the department has no particular authority to address these types of emissions right now. But again, and this bill would not put that authority upon us. The amendment, as I understand it, would no longer put that upon us. So I think that's basically all of my comments. I'd be happy to address any questions if there are any. And I also have Dave Healy with us, who's our chief scientist and meteorologist. Again, we don't have a lot of familiarity with this type of work, but Dave is here, and if there are questions, I might ask him to come up and help us. I'm sorry.
Okay. Questions for Mr. Fitzgerald? Vice Chair Thomas.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. More curious, and since you do have air in your name, I'll ask you this question. How do you know what the maximum altitude would be for cloud seeding to be effective at all? And would that still be within the New Hampshire airspace?
Well, if you're referring to air in my name as Airhead, maybe, and then, but no, I don't have any particular familiarity with cloud seeding procedures or information. Again, RSA 12F is not specific to our department currently, so we could certainly try to find some information and get back to you on it, but I don't have anything right now.
Representative Harrington has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. I guess you had mentioned that you got a number of complaints and phone calls on this. I was wondering, how would you deal with a law like this that says all this stuff is prohibited, and then they're going to say, okay, what are you going to do about it, Mr. Air Director? And you can say, we're going to do absolutely nothing because we have no authority to do anything. Is that, I just seems to set you up for the fall guy.
It is a little difficult, but our response in these situations is generally the RSAs that we enforce and carry out. We do them with the authority that's provided to us by the legislature. So if the legislature chose to approve an RSA that had a prohibition on something, but no violation or whatever, that would be our answer is yes, it is prohibited. No, we have no authority to address it.
Further questions? Seeing none, I want to thank you.
Thank you.
Next, I'll call up, did you have one, Representative?
I was
McGee?
just wondering if we could ask any questions of the meteorologist, since he has expertise in the cloud realm, whereas Mr. Fitzgerald is not an expert.
That be
in-
permitted, Mr. Fitzgerald?
Dave, you want to join us?
He brought him along, you know?
Misery loves company. So I don't know, is this to address the question about cloud seeding and heights and so on?
Yes, I think that the atmospheric stuff that's not your specialty.
I would say, and I'll defer to Dave after, but I would say that obviously activities that occur at significant height, 20, 30,000 feet, they could occur in Ohio, and those emissions, we regularly deal with what's known as air transport of pollutants from the Midwest, and so that's why we have a monitoring station on top of Mount Washington and a monitoring station at the top of Packman-Adnock to measure those high-level emissions. But again, Dave, I don't know if you have any familiarity with cloud seeding or anything to add to that.
Yeah, in the research that I did to prepare for this hearing, and this is very limited research, I should say, but I think I saw altitudes of 12,000 to 13,000 feet for cloud seeding to be effective. But again, that's just brief research that I did to try to get ready for this meeting. But yeah, Mike is correct. Just to build on his point, smokestacks from power plants in the Ohio River Valley that are 1,000 or 2,000 feet tall, they release pollutants that can be transported to our part of the country, by prevailing wind currents.
Follow up?
I guess the question I would have is then, who is responsible for that level of the atmosphere if we actually have people that are in charge of various pieces? Because it seems like that it's the authority that I'm wondering about. Just you can't prohibit something, like you say, if a smokestack in Ohio is creating what's happening in that band of the atmosphere, whose jurisdiction is it?
Well, those types of sources, they're regulated by the Clean Air Act, and then the states also, under the umbrella of the Clean Air Act, enforce their own rules. But it's a state-federal partnership, how we regulate those types of emission sources.
Yeah, I would just add we regularly meet with EPA and with other states. We've had a number of efforts, as I mentioned, the ozone transport region and various other Clean Air Act requirements. But we certainly can't tell Ohio what to do, but the EPA can tell them, and the Clean Air Act does have provisions that require states to address interstate transport of pollutants. And so we work very carefully with the EPA region and with the EPA on a national basis in how to address emissions coming into our state from other locations.
Okay, further questions? Representative La Rochelle.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess my question is, under what conditions do you need to have for cloud seeding to work? And in a drought, will we frequently have the conditions that would allow cloud seeding to work?
Yeah, again, cloud seeding is not just, it's not in the Air Resources Division's field of expertise. I know those activities go on, and there's nothing new about cloud seeding, and it does go on in other parts of the world, and I think states out west. But to my knowledge, in the research I've done, it's not something that happens frequently in this part of the country. So I just don't really have a good answer for that question.
Probably all our knowledge is based on cloudseeding.com. So we really don't have a lot of expertise in that arena.
Follow up, please.
Follow up.
I sort of tried to lead you into the situation where cloud seeding is only going to work when you have supersaturated conditions in the atmosphere. If the air is not supersaturated, you can seed all you want and there will be no rain. So that's what I was looking for.
Yeah.
Do we have typically those conditions of saturation or supersaturation in our air?
I think under drought conditions, we probably.
We don't know.
Yeah, we just don't have the expertise on cloud seeding to be able to give you a good answer.
We'd be happy to take a look at that and get back to you on something if we can.
So I have a question. If you look at the last line of page 1, line
Are you
32.
looking at the amendment or?
Yes, the amendment.
Okay. Last line, page 1, yes.
It says that no person shall engage in activities involving the intentional release of polluting emissions. Would that prevent, for example, crop dusting?
I believe there are specific crop dusting. I believe the Department of Agriculture has regulations regarding that. We would not regulate crop dusting. unless there was a toxic emissions that met the requirements of our statute, the Toxics Control Act. So I know we've been in touch. We've had complaints about pesticide spraying applications on apple trees in large orchards and so on, and those drifting into other areas. And we've traditionally worked with the Department of Agriculture on those to address them under their purview.
Thank you.
Yes.
Further questions? Vice Chair Thomas.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to piggyback off that last question for my clarification. I know it's not your field, but then am I to assume that if crop dusting is taking place, I assume whatever is used in the chemicals for crop dusting is allowed under the EPA Air Act, I would think. And if that's true, then they would not be considered pollutants and would not come under this bill if it was passed?
I would certainly tend to agree with that. That if EPA had approved them as under the Pesticide Control Act, and then it's probably an activity that is would not be regulated by us under the Clean Air Act. But New Hampshire does have its own Toxic Control Act that is a separate requirement. So it's possible that something could be approved by EPA, but it's subject to our Toxic Control Act. And again, this is a gray area because our act is generally aimed at stationary sources, power plants, and chemical manufacturing facilities, that sort of thing. We don't have a lot of authority, to the best of my knowledge, to regulate emissions from aircraft or, pesticide spraying, that sort of thing. We'd have to work closely with the Department of Agriculture to ensure that there was, joint control, appropriate joint control.
Okay, additional questions? Seeing none, I'll thank you
Thank you very much.
and invite Stephen Clough to come talk to us. He's from Bedford. Welcome back, Mr. Clough. Press the red button, please. Thank you.
Good to see you all again. I passed out my resume again, so you know my credentials and the audience knows them. My credentials as a toxicologist. I'm currently retired from a long career as a risk assessor evaluating impacts to human and ecological health. My job was essentially to determine the relative risks of industrial emissions on human health and wildlife. And I have sampled and evaluated all types of environmental media, and I've worked in many states and with many types of state and federal regulatory agencies. I'm here to strongly support HB 764. I was made aware of this issue when I retired in 2019. About 4 out of 7 days every week, I look up to see plumes of micro and nanoparticulates streaking across the sky behind all different types of high-altitude aircraft. These plumes start out looking quite sharp and defined like contrails, but then they persist, gradually diffusing out horizontally across the sky as they hygroscopically absorb more and more water vapor, which is what cloud seeding normally does. By the end of the day, just like clockwork, the sun is blotted out by a thick haze. More often than not, the end result will be an entirely overcast sky, or worse, it will rain the following day. Now, some of you may be skeptical about this, but I would encourage you to not only look up, but to look up throughout the day and watch the progression of these plumes. How do we know these are not contrails? First, you will see many of these plumes stop and start, kind of like Morse code. You will not see this staggered pattern if it was normal jet exhaust. Second, I have videotaped aircraft at similar altitudes, one with a normal contrail, which disappears as fast as it is formed, but another alongside it with a persistent geoengineered plume, which then evolves into a thick lateral cloud. Third, I can show you many photographs in which these plumes will rain down visible trails of particulates, a phenomenon which I call feathering. Fourth, there are thousands of photos and videos all over the internet which shows skies as a virtual checkerboard of persistent aircraft plumes. Even if you don't believe this is a true phenomenon, should normal air traffic result in 90% of our incident sunlight to be blocked out for the majority of each day? I'm 71 years old, and I can tell you with 100% confidence that normal air traffic never ended up destroying a sunny day on so many occasions. Some of you might remember deep blue skies as well as bright, cottony white cumulus clouds, which are not seen anymore. Since I have retired, I have sunk over $5,000 into buying an advanced dark field microscope. I have spent $2,000 to become certified as a certified live blood analyst, and I'm about to purchase a very expensive ICP mass spectrometer, which can measure very minute concentrations of metals and water. Now, why would I do this? Because since retirement, I have been beyond shocked to find out that the toxic metals and chemicals we are seeing rain down from the sky, which have never been seen in precipitation throughout my long career, aluminum, barium, strontium, those type of metals, are also showing up in our blood. In fact, it's even worse than that. It is truly Orwellian to say this, but we are also starting to see what are known as self-assembling nanotechnology, not only in human blood, but this technology is also seen in the blood of wildlife: squirrels, rabbits, deer, dogs, cats, you name it. Our surface water, soil, and most foods also contain these visible structures. Now, being an expert in sampling and analysis, I can tell you with certainty that the level of contamination in a human or an animal is always directly proportional to the proximity to that source. Consequently, since almost all environmental media are contaminated, the only possible source for this contamination is from geoengineering activities, which has been going on since the 1960s, probably earlier than that. In fact, there are many scientific papers that show direct correlations between the adulteration of the atmosphere and contamination in humans and wildlife. And that is my testimony for today. I appreciate you listening and your time, and I just encourage you all to look up more often and more frequently. And I'll take any questions.
Questions for Mr. Clough? Representative Kaplan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Clough, for coming in. I am curious about your data on what you call the self-replicating nanotechnology or self-something nanotechnology. Where can we see that, or where is that?
I would direct you to, so I'm a member of Dr. David Nixon's Micronauts group, which is an international microscopy group. I would direct you to Dr. David Nixon's website. Dr. Anna Milhel-Shia is on her Substack, is doing tremendous work, just mind-boggling work, showing these self-assembling particles. There are a bunch of other Substacks. You could go to geoengineeringwatchdog.org. I'm not sure they would have that, but, and you know, if you wanted to talk offline, I'd be happy to. You could come down to my house. I could sit you down for a blood sampling analysis and maybe even show them to you in your own blood. I'll give you the blood sampling analysis for free.
Thank you.
Further questions for Dr. Clough? Well, I guess there's no more. Thank you, sir, for giving us your perspective. Next up is Melissa White of Peterborough.
She just put money in the meter, so if you could go to the next one.
Oh, okay. Next up is Rick Fabrizio of the Business and Industry Association.
Good afternoon, everyone. Chair Vose, Vice Chair Thomas, and committee members. For the record, I'm Rick Fabrizio, Senior Director of Advocacy and Public Affairs for the Business and Industry Association, New Hampshire Statewide Chamber of Commerce. Just learned of the amendment earlier this afternoon. we were opposed to the original version because of the inclusion of electromagnetic radio frequency and microwave radiation. With the removal of that, we would go to a neutral position, but I thought it was important to state that as fact in case in any part of the process a move was made to restore references to the electromagnetic radio frequency and microwave radiation. I'm happy to take or try to answer any questions you might have.
Questions for Mr. Fabrizio? Representative McGee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Fabrizio, for being here. You submitted testimony, which I glanced over briefly, so I understand that your exceptions were based on, is it cellular use of, there might be
Yes.
some overlap with existing technologies that,
The electromagnetic radio frequency is primarily used for wireless telecommunications, which actually includes, in certain cases, television, radio, wireless cell service, as well as Wi-Fi, Bluetooth, and satellite communications.
Additional questions, Representative Mattson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Vice Chair, Chair, sorry. You said that you know a little bit about the cloud seeding. Can you tell me what altitude they usually? No?
I certainly
Well,
did
it's-
not.
oh, sorry. So I was just wondering, do you have any idea what altitude they usually do this cloud seeding?
In
over
hearing the
ice?
references, someone said 12 to 13,000 feet, while someone else had mentioned perhaps as high as 35,000 feet, and had made that point that at that height, you start to, if you did it here at 30,000 feet, it might be off the coast. But no, I just had really looked up that weather modification does not use radio frequencies and certainly not in any direct application of it.
Additional questions? Seeing none, thank you, Mr. Fabrizio.
Thank you.
Next up would be, next up is Melissa White from Peterborough.
Hi there. Thank you for having us today. My name is Melissa White. I live in Peterborough. I appreciate the opportunity to discuss HB 764 with you. Excuse me for being out of breath. I just had to feed my meter. And thank you, Representative Potenza, for this great bill. So, a couple things. I know that you already read the statutory or the legalese of the weather modification experimentation bill or law 12-F1. But it says any department or agency of the state may, with the approval of the governor and council, and within the limits of appropriated funds or by means of gifts, donations, or grants, engage in and within the limits of appropriated, I read that part, undertake experimentation in the techniques and methods for weather modification and may cooperate therein in the federal government with authorized agencies of other states and with interested persons and organizations. So basically it's saying that any interested party can undertake an experimentation in the techniques and methods for weather modification. So even if you think it's not happening now, you can see, again, from the documents, the federal documents that you have been given by Representative Potenza, or she will give you if you haven't received them already, that it will happen in the future because state law allows it. And because of that, state law 12-F1 must be repealed in its entirety. The last line of the law, the full law, says that the state will solicit public input regarding the proposed weather modification program or experimentation, but soliciting public input is not the same as consent. I host a social media group with almost 2,000 members here in New Hampshire. Not everyone's from New Hampshire, let's say 1,500 are, but not that many people could come today because we work and we received very short notice of this hearing. So I just want you to know that none of us consent to being experimented on. And that is the goal of 764. And I also wanted to just point out that a lot of the questions seem to be getting way off, way away from the topic or of the actual bill. So the goal of the bill is to repeal 12-F1, and that's pretty much it. And regarding the idea that, crop dusting could be considered intentional release of polluting emissions, it says specifically in those lines that it's in regards to geoengineering, that solar radiation modification involving the intentional release of polluting emissions. So that is all connected to geoengineering. It's not about crop dusting or, other activities. So, again, I'm a little rushed, so I hope I made sense, and thank you all for your time.
Well, thank you. Appreciate you coming all the way from Peterborough. Questions for, yes, Representative McGee.
Mr. Chairman, and thank you for being here and thank you for making the time. I just wanted to go back to 12F1 because I see where it says at the end of Section 1 that there can be cooperation with the federal government, authorized agencies or other states, and with interested persons and organizations. But that's not who's allowed to do this. It's the beginning of the sentence says any department or agency of the state may, with the approval of the governor and council. So it isn't anybody that can do this. I mean, the language is very specific.
Okay.
And so I just wanted to clarify that because I don't think the intent of the people who put this in place originally intended for it to be that anyone could do this without authority from the state, the governor, the council. So,
Okay.
yeah.
Excellent.
Thanks.
Thank you. Yeah, that's
There was no questions. You don't have to respond.
okay.
Any questions for Ms. White? Seeing none, thank you very much. Next, I'll call on Sean Fife of Gilmanton. Good afternoon and welcome to ST&E.
Thank you for your time today. I kind of listening to everybody else and write my own thing, picking up the slack. We have a ring developing around our equator because most of us believe the Earth is round, and that's the centrifugal force moving these micro nanoparticles to the center of our equator just with kinetic energy. So even though we don't see it linger here, it still hangs out there and it is blotting out the sun permanently with a ring like Saturn. So we're going to be accountable to other countries and nations. And New Hampshire, going along with it, puts their neck out on that line saying, well, we agree with it because we're letting it happen here too. So we want to quickly remove ourselves from cooperating with any of this because it's a genocide if you didn't know. I know people keep saying things like beryllium salts, but you got to understand that is 10,000 times more toxic than lead, and you're breathing it. All right? Now, there's stuff in this, the nanoparticles actually cross your brain barrier. And other things that they're adding to these mixtures, not all of them, there's different sets of goop that they dump on us, but they are putting mNRA, messenger ribonucleic acid. Now, if you don't know what that is, that's a strand of DNA that they're using aids to connect to your body through gain of function so they can control and read your thoughts and bodies. And they say we won't ever need an election because they'll know what our answer is already through AI. And that is the interface that they are dumping in the clouds. So with that being said, I don't think I have to elaborate on how legal or unlegal it is. You're going along with genocide. They're poisoning our crops. The aluminum makes it so crops don't absorb water unless they have a patent on a specific type of seed in California. And if you buy their seed, your stuff will grow. Me as a farmer, I've already noticed the difference last year in the size of our crops. Their seed versus our heirloom, which has always worked in Gilmanton. It's different now already. And I watch these planes leave from Portland and they drive straight down the Loudon Ridge, headed straight to Vermont. You watch them dump it out in the same flight pattern every time, and they are blasting it with radio waves because you can see the waves in the clouds as they light them up. The way this works is it heats up the nanoparticles that, like the aluminum that is in there. And that heat creates a thinner place in the atmosphere, and that stalls weather or makes it go around. They literally move rainstorms to or from places. You say it's dry out, it's because they made it dry. And it's not raining, it's not because there's no water up there, it's because they moved it around you. And HARP uses a barge that floats this gigantic trillion-watt laser out around, and they are off your coast, and they shoot it from anywhere on Earth they want to float these things. It's not just the infrastructure that's in Alaska, it's not just the one that's down in Puerto Rico, it's not just the one up in Norway, it's not the one in Germany. We have them floating around the world, blasting our atmosphere. I ran for governor last year, and I came in third in the Republican primary, and this is one of the legs of the stool I went on. This, getting rid of voting machines, and stop poisoning us involuntarily with these mandated vaccines that are poison, folks. And this stuff in the air is the same stuff that's in the vaccine in some of these blends. So you are not doing it willingly, but by not making laws against it, you're complicit. So thank you for your time. If anybody has a question, I'd be happy to answer them.
Thank you. Questions for Mr. Five?
Anybody? All right. Thank you very much
Seeing
for hearing
none.
my reality.
Thank you. Next up is Bob McClory, who is from Grout Hill or Grant Hill.
How are you doing?
We're good. How are you?
Good. Thank you for having me, representatives. I got a couple things to add as well. HB 1700, when Jason put that through last year, I believe. Maybe you guys don't really know, but it went viral across social media, across the country. People were making videos about it, and they were super excited for it to be going through, and everybody was looking towards New Hampshire as, you know, you guys are doing that. Ooh, I like it, you know. And it felt good to see that in New Hampshire and all these people making the videos. But jumping on top of that, it's going to be a big deal when it comes down to all this, because what Kelly was talking about earlier, obviously we're going through a lot of executive orders, and they're going ping, 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 and nobody knows what's going to happen. And they're like the most wackiest things, you know, like getting rid of paper straws. Who knew that was going to be an executive order? But it was. And I'm going to tell you right now, we are in a big clock. Earth is a part of it. The sun is the center of it. And there's planets flying all over. And if you guys paid attention a little bit, you notice that there was a bunch of planets that lined up over the last, actually they're still lined up. And these planets are all made out of different materials, and they all vibe at different vibes, metals, gases, rocks. We're in a big cosmic clock, and we're supposed to be vibing with these big celestial planets. But how would you stop that? Maybe spray the skies with different metals and hit them with frequencies like 5G. Might sound a little wacky, but when you get down to it, you realize that everything's vibrational. On top of this, I just want to say I'm sick of these hazy sunsets in the summertime. I lay out in the sun by the water quite a bit, and I pay attention to the sun, and I pay attention to all the clouds, and I'm sick of it. I know everybody's sick of it, and it's not like you guys can stop them from doing it. And probably are like, what is that even talking about? But you know what? Really, it's like a big collective. And like Kelly was talking about, the executive orders are going to start coming through. Who knows if there's going to be one for that? But like I said, I always lay out in the sun all the time. And I noticed during the Trump presidency that there was less chemtrails during that time than there is during the Biden one. One more. Nope, that's it. Oh, wait, one more. We've been finding that in Alzheimer's patients, there's massive amounts of aluminum deposits in these brains, and it's messing with the neurons. And if they're spraying aluminum down and everybody's breathing it in, it's like the best way to intake it, besides cooking with it, maybe. Any questions?
Questions? Apparently not.
That's
Thank
all
you
right.
very much.
Thank you.
Okay, next up, we'll call on Representative Jonah Wheeler. Welcome, Representative, to STNE.
Thank you, Chairman Vos, members and friends of the Science Tech House at Science and Technology Committee. I don't often come here because I don't have a PhD, so I just try to leave this to you guys. Now, people, when they first hear about this, they say, oh my God, what a conspiracy theory. What a crazy, crackpot, ridiculous conversation. I don't even know why I'm here. But then you actually take the time to do the research, not on Infowars.com, but just on the government websites and what information is available to the public right now. And it's clear that our skies are being poisoned. And I'm here not as somebody who knows why or knows what's going on, but somebody just to say we should address this. The state should actually take the time to address this. If it is going on, I'm positive it's illegal because nobody voted on it. And I think that RSA 12K should be repealed. I think that 12F, thank you, so many numbers, 12F should be repealed. And I think that we should clean up our skies so that they can be blue skies again. You know, there's a lot of pollution going on in this world. And I think that if we were to move forward with cloud seeding or any of the other programs or projects that people who have a lot of wealth and a lot of money would like to move forward on, then we leave ourselves in a dangerous position. So I would urge the members of the Science Technology Committee to look into this and to continue to do what they can to potentially repeal 12F and to address some of these other concerns in here. And I would also say to look into the concerns around radiation from the Wi-Fi bands and 5G technologies. Everyone says, oh, that's a crackpot's conspiracy theory. But again, you look into it, the Wi-Fi radiation bands, they do have an effect on people. And the more that we're allowing these Wi-Fi bands to go unregulated, unaffected by the government, the more we're putting our people at harm. I'm here because I have a military family. I grew up under the strong character of somebody who I won't say his name because he'd be upset if I did in a public space, but he was special ops, and he is, that's all I'll say. That's all I can say, I suppose. But let me just say, this is something that should be looked into much more, and you don't need a 21-year-old or crazy conspiracy theorists to tell you that. You can look into a number of the other public, well-documented official records that exist of this going on. This has been something that has been posited since the early 1930s, and it's a practice that has been employed since that time. So I thank the committee for the time. I have to get back to committee. As Kelly knows, you know, where's Kelly? But I thank the committee for its time, and I hope that we'll be able to find something out on this level. Thank you.
We always enjoy an opportunity to spend some time with you, Jonah. So thank you for coming. All right, he's got to get back to committee, so we'll move on. And I'm going to call up another speaker, but I'm going to apologize ahead of time for not being able to totally decipher the name. I think it's Ro Ivarni. Does that sound like somebody who's here?
Risa starts with R.
Starts with an R. First name is R, last name is E, or maybe F.
And you filled out a pink card, so that should narrow it down.
Is it Rosa? Is it a Rosa?
Could it be Risa?
Risa?
No,
No.
Risa.
Just for the record, could you could you spell out your name for me so I can press the button, please? Thank you.
Risa, R-I-S-A, Evans, E-V-A-N-S.
Oh, Risa Evans. Okay.
So thank you to the committee for considering this issue, which I do think is one of the most important issues of our time, and to Representative Potenza for coming back with a wonderful bill this year. I wasn't planning to testify, but the discussion about RSA 12F just made me want to say a couple of things about that. So 12F1. So I think one of the things that's really important in this statute that allows weather modification is that there is absolutely no requirement of any risk-benefit analysis. There's no requirement that there be any benefits at all, indeed, let alone a requirement that the benefits outweigh the risks. And so, you know, RSA 12F1 really leaves us as sitting ducks in New Hampshire. So that's just, I think the absence of any cost-benefit, requirement of a cost-benefit analysis or benefit is just reason alone to repeal that statute. In the section of the amended HB 764 that does allow cloud seeding in the cases of an emergency, a drought, there's a requirement that the state make a finding, you know, that there will not be harm to, they have to assess the potential risks and benefits and ensure that the activities will not result in harm to the environment. So there's a clear improvement in terms of the activities that are allowed in the, you know, in the proposed bill. So I just wanted to talk, because I think there was some discussion before about, you know, what are the differences. And I think, you know, the other difference, of course, is that the existing statute allows us to be experimented on without any consent. And the activities that are allowed in the proposed bill are just in case of emergency when, you know, when there's a finding that those activities will benefit the people of New Hampshire and also not harm the environment. So then stepping aside from the statutes, I just want to follow up on what several people have testified to about the importance of looking up at our skies, really with an open mind, with curiosity, and with honesty. I have been watching the skies with dismay for over 10 years, really not wanting to believe what I have seen. I can remember, and some of you on this committee are old enough to remember this too, lying on my back on the beach, looking up into a deep blue sky and seeing those billowy cumulus clouds that are so beautifully defined. You know, they're just like these things unbelievably beautiful and specific and clear. So you look up at the sky now and try to remember the last time that there was a crystal clear blue day with a few really well-defined clouds that behaved the way clouds behave, the way they're supposed to behave. You have to look up. And another sign that you're seeing a geoengineered sky is that the clouds don't behave the way that real clouds behave. Real clouds are orderly, they float on air currents, they just have an order in them, which is why so many artists have painted them. But if you look at the skies now, they're what I call chimeras. They're just clouds going in every direction because they weren't put there by nature. They're not natural. So it really is happening, as hard as it is to accept. So you have an opportunity to do something about this, and I really urge you to take it up because this is really a historic opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions for Risa? Seeing none, thank you. Last word on this legislation goes to Jason Gerhard, who I believe was the author of the bill that we heard last year. So welcome back, the Honorable Jason Gerhard.
Thank you, but I wish there was a policy you could choose if you have the honorable title or not. I just find that kind of weird, nobility kind of thing. But I appreciate that. No offense to you. Jason Gerhard out of Northfield. And I just wanted to come in today. I left work, that's why I'm kind of dressed as I am. But I work outside, so I built houses up on Squam Lake in Winnipesaukee, and it's very beautiful up there. I think it's nice being up in the mountains. And I'm outside all day long. I mean, that's what I'm on a roof or doing whatever. So I don't want to say that my personal experience is greater than your expertise. Everybody in this room is definitely smarter than I am. But at the same time, when you see condensation trails coming out of these airplanes that behave differently, as the much better versed speaker before me mentioned. You're required to believe essentially the government bureaucrats, and as we found out through recent releases through the whole Doge thing, paid, media sources on the narrative that we're currently experiencing. And I just find that highly problematic in the fact that we have these committees set up through the State House. And as a state representative, you are the oversight for the rest of the government, but also you're a check on the federal government. We're not just supposed to be, formally, but it's not just a rubber stamp kind of a gig. This is actually a pretty serious endeavor. And I just think when you have this many people who are willing to take off their time from work, living, so forth, and I understand you guys are here, but that's a different story. You get $100. But we need to really take it seriously and wonder what's going on. And is it worth my time to, and as I can say, at least for myself and many people here, if any one of you on the committee said, I want some evidence on this, this, and this, or I want you to show me, people would bend over backwards. We got a guy willing to give out blood samples, which sounded a little crazy, but I mean, it's really, it's really indicative of the way that New Hampshire is, where people care about each other, and I think that's what this comes down to. We had the government just sidetrack, but I'm coming back. We had the government tell us that fluoride was the best thing ever. Now we know it's basically retarding children's educational opportunities. I mean, that's a serious thing. And it took a long time. And I know multiple bills came through and got shot down in that period of time. Not blaming you guys, but just saying that I just worry where we're on this whole, well, we'll wait till we know for sure that this is going on. I mean, we have Operation Large Area Coverage in 1957-58 by the U.S. Army Chemical Corps. They involved spraying large areas, this is from Wikipedia, zinc cadmium sulfide over cities, including St. Louis got hit really bad. And there's it came out in the news around a decade ago. They were looking into it again, and they're saying if it's radioactive as well. But the point being is we have a government that will experiment on us. It's basically a fact at this point. So I believe that you, as another element of government, but closer to me, should investigate this seriously, reach out to people who are much smarter than I am, and maybe even smarter than the people in this room, and find out what's going on, because we're suffering here. We're suffering here, and I think people are actually literally dying from storms that are being manipulated. We could talk about Project Cirrus back in the 50s, where they seeded a hurricane off the coast of North Carolina. Well, it was in North Carolina. Anyway, it made a hook back into mainland, caused a bunch of damage and death. Army denied it for a long time, finally admitted it. And yeah, we're getting into a weird place. I just wanted 2 quotes I'll read, and then I'll leave you guys alone. This is from President John F. Kennedy addressing the United Nations in 1961. We shall propose further cooperative efforts between all nations in weather prediction and eventually in weather control. 1961. They just haven't been sitting around. As you see, we waste billions of dollars on crazy things. So, second quote is, it lays the predicate and foundation for the development of a weather satellite that will permit man to determine the world's cloud layer and ultimately to control the weather. And he who controls the weather will control the world. That was Lyndon Baines Johnson at Southwest Texas State University in 1962. And if you guys get a chance, that video clip is really crazy, the way he has this really kind of Dr. Evil thing going on. It's really creepy. So anyway, I want to thank you for your time. And I really would encourage anybody, if you want to reach out to anybody here, I know most of the people here, you can contact me or them directly. And let's just look into this seriously. Tennessee made a step in the right direction. And I disagree with Kelly on this. I think there should be a penalty provision, even if it's $1. And I kind of get the concept. If you put a penalty provision in and you establish liability, the lawsuits will start flooding in. But that's the point. Courts are how we're supposed to handle our problems, not through mobs in the street and so forth. We should litigate these things, take experts from both sides and figure out what's going on. And I think that's what this really comes down to in a lot of ways, is nobody wants to be caught liable for the harm. So thank you.
Well, thank you, and I apologize for calling you honorable, but...
I appreciate that.
I didn't intend to insult you by doing that. So no questions, I guess, for Mr. Gerhard. Well, that being the last pink card that I have, I think this public hearing is now complete, so I will...
Can I just say one thing real quick?
Yes, Representative Potenza will allow you to come back and
Just real quick.
be real quick. Thank you.
Okay. So I just wanted to follow up on the speaker that came in from the Business Association. So in the original bill of 764, before I pulled out, they used the HB 1700 from last session. They used that in the description. So even in the original bill of 764, it didn't have anything about microwave radiation or any of that. And she realized that she screwed up, but she said, okay, well, you're most likely going to do an amendment. So I never changed the description. And of course, everything came, as we all know, when we were bill filing. So in the previous version, it never talks about, electromagnetic radio frequency or microwave radiation in the original bill either. So that was a mistake from OLS. They just pulled the exact same description from HB 1700. I just wanted the committee to know that, and I'm glad the speaker said we're all good with the bill, or no position. So that's really good. I just wanted to make that a note. So
you're saying that the title of the bill.
The title of the bill in the amendment is now fixed, but before, when it came out, that's the exact same. She didn't grab my title. She put everything else in, but she pulled the title from the bill from HB 1700. So that's why, of course, that other speaker, when they were going to oppose it, was concerned, because it was just in the title, but there wasn't anything in the bill that talked about it anyway.
So the scheduling notice that we had for today's public hearings had two titles that were incorrect due to something that OLS did.
Correct.
Wow.
Oh,
okay.
great.
Good. Thank you. All right. With that, we'll close the public hearing on House Bill 764 FN, and that will conclude, unless there are activities the committee would like to conduct. Representative Ploget.
Thank you, Chair. There was a request for the online testimony. I'll start with the blue sheet. That's what we've been doing. House Bill 696, 3 in favor, none opposed. House Bill 708, there was no comment either way, 0-0. HCR 2, 2 in favor, 1 opposed. House Bill 710, 1 in favor, 1 opposed. House Bill 764, 4 in favor, 1 opposed. The online, same order. House Bill 696, 12 in favor, 5 opposed. HB 708, 2 in favor, 2 opposed. HRC 2, there was 9 in favor, 13 opposed. HB 710, 6 in favor, 14 opposed. HB 764, 218 in favor, 10 opposed. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you, Representative Ploget. Does anybody else have anything to bring to our attention today? Okay, we're done. Thank you very much. We'll see you all in session on Thursday, and the committee will meet again next week on Tuesday, not on Monday, because Monday is a holiday. So we'll see you Thursday. Take care.